Alrighty, tidy. Ocarinos. Gonna get set up here. There we go. Get you guys some background music to fill in all the dead space. Apparently I pause a lot when I talk. And I don't know if that's just when talking to the camera for recording purposes, or if I do it in the stream too and I just don't recognize it. I don't know. I am unsure. But I think today, so we just took the firewall section, the Civic firewall section, to storage. Because it was in the garage, it was kind of in the way, wasn't really doing anything on it. And now that I've got the time, I think I want to bring it back here. It'd be easier to get it here now before snow hits than waiting until it snows. Let me, real quick, I guess maybe we'll just call this part of setup every morning, where I start up the stream, give you guys the intro, wipe off the trackpad and open up Repetteur apparently, and then I go and I give the link for the stream to my friends on UtilyTubes. I said YouTube, didn't I? Facebook. On Facebook. That thumbnail fits with the... Will today be any better? Well, ask me. Am I supposed to know? But I also just noticed my friend... I have a friend that has a YouTube channel, and she posts stuff about, like, makeup and toys and things. You know, grown-up things. Definitely not anything that I typically interact with on YouTube, because I don't wear makeup, and the things, the toys that she would be reviewing would be, you know, girl toys, not boy toys. Boy toys, cars, you know, not those. But I go and I watch just to support the channel, and she's just adorable. She is just absolutely adorable. Not quite sure what I'm going to do today, actually. I have a customer that he needs some parts from the junkyard, and he said he could go grab them, and he asked if I wanted to go with it, and I was like, I might could do that, but I just remembered, or I just thought about, I didn't think about it at the time, I just thought about it. He's a smoker. I can't do sitting in a, like, my mom's a smoker. My mom smokes in the bathroom with the door closed and the window open. Like, she smokes by the window in her bathroom. She's the only one that lives in her house, but it still goes places, right? So I can only sit in her house for like 2 or 3 hours before my allergies start getting all crazy. My eyes start swelling shut and coughing and hacking and eyes watering and nose running and, you know. What I said you smoke in the bathroom. But regardless, the smoke itself still goes everywhere. I mean, it probably doesn't help also that Arizona is an allergen and pets bring allergens inside, and like it's probably not just the one thing, but can't handle the inside of your house. makes this just gross. So here I am in Utah, where there's snow. We actually got the first snow of the year Monday? I think it was Monday. Didn't stick, obviously. First snow never does. But they were big ones too. They were big fluffy guys. Pretty sure they were pretty dry, because they land on things and they'd roll around for a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Everywhere. I guess I could go check. Wait. Not check the mail. I'm gonna check the mailbox real quick, but I think my roommates got the mail last night when they got home. I want to say I remember seeing them handling mail. I ordered a thing for the shadow, so I'm gonna go try to find that real quick. I'll be back in just a second. Shouldn't take 2 minutes. Okay. Not weird at all. I swear it said delivered. Let me go check. See what him says. What's him says? Just sworn I got an email. It said, package delivered. Morning, Colin. I'm going insane. It says new estimated delivery. Okay. See, I'm thinking, I wonder if I should save the intro for a couple of minutes into the streams, because like the video, you're there to watch the video, right? So it's like you click on the video, you know that you're going to, and you see it from the beginning until, you know, ideally the end, but whenever you get bored of it or whenever you click away from it, whatever, right? So in the video, the intro makes sense at the beginning. But I wonder if I should do the intro for the stream, just do and see, I don't know, because how do you kind of work it into I don't know. I have no idea. Cause like sometimes I'll watch Heist, and he'll start up the stream and he'll be a couple of minutes into it, just like, you know, he starts the stream kind of like what I do, and like, you know, he fiddles with some stuff and he kind of organizes some stuff on his desk or whatever. And then he'll do his intro, which isn't really big and flourishy. Heist's intro is just kind of a, I don't know, I wouldn't call it bog standard. It's sort of bog standard. Just a, what's up, guys? My name's Heist, blah, 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 and he goes into the stuff. But mine, I like mine. If you guys, I mean, I guess, if either one of you watch my videos, you've heard the intro, and I use it for the videos and the streams both. Every morning when I start up a stream, I do the intro 10-15 seconds in. But nobody's here at that point. Like, there's nobody in the stream. Because I'm too dumb to set up all the automatic notification stuff. I tried it and I can't figure it out. I tried it for 5 minutes and I got tired of it because I hate software. I'm sure I can figure it out at some point, but I hate software. I'm a hardware guy through and through. Because I'm sure if I put up, I don't know that it matters. Because right now, with the small viewer base, just 2, 3, 4 people that drop by every now and then, it's not really all that critical for building the brand. But once the channel starts to grow, once the name starts to get out there and people are like, oh, I'm gonna go watch this, there will be people that are just like, because the way I stream is I start stream pretty regularly. I'm not gonna say always, but pretty regularly around 1000 hours Mountain Time US. So I guess you'd call that -7 GMT. So maybe I should start calling times out like that. So 1000 hours -7 GMT, which most people in the US are just gonna be like, what? People in England will know what that is because it's Greenwich Mean Time and Greenwich, England. I guess people in the UK would know what GMT is. But that is what we call the 0 point on Earth for a day. That's the line. Well, that's the point the British Empire drew when it was the British Empire. As a 0 point. They're like, yeah, it's us. It's right here. That's 0. Everything else starts and goes around from there. Yeah, right now it's what is it? Tomorrow in Beijing? I think it's Saturday in Beijing. Only just. What time is it? What time is it in Beijing? Ready? World clock. Let's go world clock. World clock. You can't see, but I'm in the browser. Because I have other stuff up and... Ah, yes, I just want the world clock. No, I want a world clock that tells me times. Okay. Yeah, what time is it in... Shanghai's close enough, right? Ah, yes. It is Saturday by 11 minutes. That's a nifty one. It shows where the sun's at. I like that. I haven't seen this one before. There we go. I'll give you guys... Bam. So, shows you where the sun's at. That's nifty difty and handy dandy. It is waking up time in the UK. I guess it depends on what schedule you're on at the end of the day, right? Because if you're on third shift, it's going to bed time in the UK. Dallas. Who cares about Dallas? Where's that guy? Yeah, Salt Lake. There you go. What? Why does that say 10:12 a.m. Orc? What the hell is Orc? Oh, it's the cutoff in New York. Because it lined up like just right, where it looked like it was. It looks like it's part of the thing. Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah, why do we care about Santo Domingo and Port-au-Prince and San Juan all simultaneously? You don't need that many. Just how about the Galapagos? Ah, we're on the same time as the Galapagos. All right. I think my buddy in Hawaii is on a late shift right now, which means he's probably asleep. I think he gets up around noon, maybe 1000 hours. So I wish this pop-up would give you minus GMT. Yeah, there you go. Greenwich Mean Time. That was in the 40s? Ugh, AM and PM. We live a day and a night, and you have 2 clocks per day. Yeah. Morons. 2 clocks per day is dumb. We know the planet is spherical. Semi-spherical. It's an oblate sphere. We know the planet is oblatedly spherical. There's no point in using 2 clocks for a day. Which is something I've always hated. Always. Since I learned that there was a single daily clock. Like... 20 years ago? 22, 23 years ago? I don't know. I was in probably middle school when I learned that, oh yeah, there is an easier clock to use. It's just a day. You don't have to, oh, we're going there at 10. Okay. Like, which 10? Why are there 2 10s in the first place? Oh, we're going there at 1000. Gotcha. Going in the morning. Oh, we're going at 2200. Gotcha. Going at night. Easy peasy. Hey, what? Actually, I'll tell you what. Tell you what I need to do. I need to check out that frickin' Simpson. Because I want it working again. I need to figure out why it's not working. I think that's what I'm going to do today. So they talk in Louisiana. Well, southern Louisiana. Probably southwestern Louisiana. You know what would be a funny language? Cajun and Spanish mixed. I wonder if that's a thing. Is that a thing? I was like, that's not Creole. Creole's something different. I don't know why it does that. No! What are you doing? Actually, tell you what we're gonna do. Control panel. A mouse. There should be. Is there not a? Oh, maybe not in there. Is there a trackpad thing? Synaptic. Is there a synaptic control panel? I mean, I don't know if it's is a Synaptics touchpad is the question. I guess asus.com /in/support. Normally the format. Hey! No cookies for you. Get out of here. I don't remember the model number. It's a 706. Tough TA 706. I guess it's a FA 706 IH. That guy. Driver und Utility. Touchpad driver. I'm pretty sure I already have because I can do multi-touch and gesture stuff. Version 11 and 16. There's no... Yeah, there doesn't appear to be. Why does that... What is wrong with you? Why do I have to smack the trackpad to make it work? It's so dumb. Literally makes no sense. Like you're in the middle of using it, and it's just like if I sat here and just draw circles, it'll slow down and then it'll stop, and then you smack it, and it works normally again. What? Don't make no damn sense. It don't make no damn sense. It don't make no damn sense. None. Also, I need to text my friend about thing, because I'm gonna see if she's free to talk, because text is annoying. I like text for short form communications. I much prefer text for short form communications. Anything that requires any kind of explanation, I absolutely prefer face to face, ideally, or phone call. I don't think of the words. But losing words. It's quite irritating, actually. So I kind of want to do... I wonder if I could do that, like... Where's... Not doing it on the bench. Tell you what I am going to do, though. Tell you what I am going to do. Turn him on. We're going, wait a second. And I'm just going to see, I'm not going to use it. I just want to see if it's working this morning. Works just fine. It's like, is that image moving? No. Huh. No idea. Not a clue. What I really want to do. I really want to figure out what the heck's wrong with that. I've been in here with it. The only thing I can come up with that would make the AC not work, but the DC works just fine in the same setting. Maybe it works just fine. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Because now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, trying to pick out the differences between the two circuits. Of course it's going to show I think it's working just fine and I'm just an idiot. Okay, where's that? Okay, so the schematic that I have on paper is not for the right model. It's not for the one that I actually have, but it's near enough as doesn't matter for explanation purposes. I mean, it's a good thing I pulled it apart because I need to fix some of the traces and I need to replace those wires. And I kind of want to put a battery connector in so you can just disconnect the rear case if you need to. Okay, so first I'm going to organize the pages because I just shoved them in here before. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Two, 3, 4, section 2, 7, 9, section 3, section 4, okay, 4, 5, 6, 6, 3, 6, 8. 12. 6, 8. It's on the floor now. 13. I think it just goes to section 7 after that. I don't know if this is front or back or in the middle. It's nothing. It's a blank page, but it's yellow because it was copied from a book. There's a photocopy. Just copied every page one after the other. Okay, so I'm gonna open it like I really need to just put holes in this thing and put it in a little binder. But given that it's the wrong thing, now we flip it open. Okay, so this circuit here. Tell you what I'm gonna do. Okay, so tell you what we're going to do. We're going to turn on the Logitech. And even if you guys are not interested in what I'm going to show you, I'm going to put it on here just... do it this way. Bam. Okay. I'm going to put it on here. Okay. Just making sure I had the right setting. Just so there's a record of it. There's a record of, apparently I'm far more stupid than I think I am. So, my roommate would probably tell you the same thing. I had a problem that I was like, yeah, I had this circuit that I was trying to figure out this thing, and here's the problem I was having, and here's the end result I needed, and I needed to figure out a method of doing that, simply. Using discrete components. And he was just like, before he even got done explaining, he was like, why don't you just use a transistor? I'm like, yeah, I know now. For whatever reason, when I was looking at the circuit the first time, I was like, oh, well, this and this and this, but flipping this won't do this, but I need this to do this and this. For some reason, I was just like, way out, not even in left field. Like I was out in the bleachers somewhere at the top end there, where all the creepy people sit. So like, I go so fast. A lot of times I overshoot the mark, and instead of doing the simple solution, I'm like, the simple solution's gone. Like it didn't even exist to me. It was such a blur that I pass it right up, and I go out there and I'm just like, okay, what if we do this, 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 this. No. No, crap. And then I'll like explain it to somebody. I'll be like, oh, well, why don't you just do this? Screw you guys. So there's the circuit, roughly-ish, for the Simpson. These switch rings are wrong. It is a 3-bin switch. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4-bin switch. It's a 5-bin switch. Right. So that one's different. They're also constructed differently. In the inside of the case. So I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, well, I've got this AC circuit, and I'm trying to find AC ripple. Guys, trying to find AC ripple on the circuit, and anybody that knows anything about electronics that comes and looks at this later is just going to be like, well, you're an idiot. Yes, I am. So, first, I'm sitting here and I'm looking like, okay, well, AC, there's a decoupling cap there, whatever, we're ignoring that for the time being. Foreshadowing. We come down here, we follow this guy, he comes over here, focus, and go, comes over here to this ring. This is the, focus. Focus? Thank you. I don't know why that works, but it does. So much of the time. Bro, just... Jesus Christ. Stand by. How do I focus on the thing that's right in front of me? I don't know. Stupid. Stop. Quit. Apparently papers have the ability to push buttons. Okay. So we're over here. And of course, it's out of focus. Oh, I need to... focus. There we go. Now it'll keep the focus, because I told it not to focus. Alright, so you got this guy, right here. And that is the range selector, right? Switch. Because these all go to here, right there, you know, that's our range selector switch for AC. You should be able to look at AC on the Volto milliamp, right? Because that's this guy, and you can see that pin there attaches to this ring, and then the nub comes over, and bam, AC voltage. So we should be able to select AC voltage on switch 1. It'll then come down through there. And this is the... So this is going to be your current limiting for that line. And then the other part of the switch is this section, which is going to be, so this is just telling you what the range selections are. Then you got these guys, which are going to be shunt resistors, technically, for your meter element M101 there. And I'm sitting here like, well, the only thing that's AC, that is on the AC, that goes to the meter when you're on AC and not on DC, because all of this stuff is also, it also routes through the DC setting. Wait, what? That's confusing. Direct and reverse are just tied together on that guy. Huh. Anyway, I'm like, okay, well, the only thing can be these diodes, right? CR101A and B. And I checked the diodes. I checked them. I used the Digital multimeter, and I checked them, and they're fine. They're diodes. They go one way, they don't go the other. They're Zehners? IN34. I don't think they're germanium. I think they're Zener diodes. Excuse me. Anyway, they're set up in such a fashion that they're half-wave rectifier, right? Because for measuring AC, all you care about is half the wave, really. So I tested them. I tested the resistors. Of course, I turned autofocus off, so now it's not going to focus on me. Let's go back to that. So I measure the resistors, and the resistors are near enough what the schematic in the box says, because there's also a schematic inside the case for the voltometer. And this book says that they are the resistors are calibrated to the specific diodes that are installed in there, which is a thing you would do, especially for what is supposed to be a moderately precision piece of measuring equipment. I'm like, okay, so I measure them, they're close enough. I don't know the math for the calibration. I'm sure I could sit down and find it or figure it out, because it's all just going to be currents, is all it is. So you would need to know the curves for those diodes. You just look at the chart and be like, okay, well, at this voltage it's going to be this, so I need to have this resistance, is all it's going to be. Because you would do that off of the current requirement for the galvanometer, the meter element. So I'm like, why the hell? Every time I do this and I put it on here and it just shows me DC. I'm like, that's not right. That doesn't make any sense. It's not DC, it's AC. Why is it showing me DC? Because when I stick it on AC, remember that foreshadowing. When I stick it on AC, and I stick it on just a 12-volt battery, put it on 25 volts, stick it on a 12-volt battery, I get about 12.5 volts. Okay. Why that? Well, you see, the way diodes work is you apply some potential across the leads. And if you apply that potential across the leads in forward biasing mode, which means that the anode gets positive and the cathode gets negative, once you reach a specific knee voltage, the diode turns on and begins just conducting, minus whatever the knee voltage is. It's usually 0.5 to 0.8 volts, depending on the diode construction. I've seen them down as low as 0.12 for specialty diodes, and I've seen them as high as, 5, 6, 7, 10 volts for big high power specialty diodes. But in the industry, you typically just assume either 0.6 or 0.7, depending on what you're doing. If you're just looking for just a basic, like, how do I check and make sure this is a thing that's doing the thing? You check it, it should go one way and not the other. You put it on a diode check on a meter, or you stick a voltage on it, or you get a Huntron, and you should see somewhere about half a volt-ish, where it goes no current, and the current shoots up. Easy peasy. Given that these are probably, they wouldn't be Zener, because they're forward bias. You wouldn't forward bias a Zener. You don't use a Zener diode that way. They can't be Zener diodes. They're glass case diodes, which always makes me think of Zeners. But it wasn't just Zeners that were put into glass cases, or they were constructed with glass cases. I wouldn't think it's a germanium diode. They do have about 0.6 volts forward conducting knees. Anyway, if you stick, okay, so say you've got two things you're testing, one AC power source and one DC power source. And on your test equipment, let's assume for a moment your test equipment is a black box, right? And in your test lead has been installed, for some reason or another, a diode. Let's call it an infinitely capable diode. It can handle infinite current, it can handle infinite voltage applied to it, it can handle whatever. So let's assume for a moment everything is infinite and ideal. And you test, you need to figure out which of these power supplies is AC and which of these is DC. Okay, so you stick your meter on DC, and that runs through a couple of resistors to the meter. Okay, so you check both of them. Don't do this in the real world, because if you're using a galvanometer and you stick it just straight on AC, you're gonna melt something. Something's gonna melt. Probably the winding in the galvanometer. And if it's from the 60s, late 50s, early 60s, like this guy, you're probably not going to find a replacement. So, let's assume that your meter is infinitely capable of handling whatever. But remember, we've got the diode in the lead, right? So, with the diode in the lead, you stick it on both power supplies. And they both say the same thing. Let's call it 20 volts. Let's call it 10 volts. Let's call it X. Doesn't matter. As long as it's above the knee voltage of that diode, for the purposes of this argument, we don't care. Stick your leads on there, right? You do it this way, and you see the needle just kind of jumps down. You're like, oh, no, not that way. Flip the leads. Okay, there's our polarity. And the needle goes up. It goes up, and we'll call it 10 volts. You're on 20 volt setting, so it goes straight in the middle. 10 volts. Okay. Stick it on the other power supply. It goes 10 volts. How can you tell which one of those is the AC and the DC? The short answer is you can tell. The short answer is you flip the leads. If one of them only ever goes up, that's the AC, because it has the polarity on the output, assuming you have just a common and a power, right? Like in houses, we have hot and common, and then you usually have a third for ground, but we're ignoring that for now because this thing is a floating ground and it only references common inside itself, so we don't care. So if you apply one, you put one lead, say you put the black lead on here and you put the red lead on here, and this guy's hot, remember. With that diode in there, you have a half-wave rectifier with a DC bias is what it would be. So you have a half-wave rectifier. what you would see is, assuming 1K hertz, so you're not going to see it in the meter, right? It's too fast to see in the meter. So what you would see is the average of that. And assuming that the AC power supply is set to output 10 volts RMS, not 10 volts peak, or 10 volts peak to peak. Assuming it's 10 volts RMS. For the DC and the AC power supply, the galvanometer, you'll see effectively the same thing. Just both come up to somewhere in the middle. Okay. With the DC power supply, when you turn the leads backwards, that's going to try to drive the motor element and the test equipment backwards. So to be at 0, you test it the one way, and the needle goes, it's driven here, right? So it drives it up, but then you reverse the current through the motor. It's just an electric motor is all it is. You reverse the current through the motor, and that's going to try to drive the needle that way. And if you didn't have a stopper, and you didn't have, a case that would stop the needle, it would just rotate the other way. Which would be fine. There's meters that do that. They tell you, which way things are flowing. It's fine. With the AC, because you're getting that hump on the one side, when you put the probes on the outputs, you're going to see the motor drive this way. If you switch the leads, the diode's not going to allow the power from this part of the wave through, but it will allow the power from this part of the wave through in the same direction. So it'll go that way. So if you take out a DC power supply and you flick it, the needle will go one way and the needle will go the other way. With an AC power supply and a single diode, mind you, well, I guess a full wave rectifier would do the same thing, it doesn't matter. But with diodes in the line, you're going to see it go this way and this way. That's it. It can never go the other way because the diodes won't allow it. Okay. Now that we've said all that, what would happen if you put it on AC with the diode? Okay, so you have your switch that removes the diode from the test leads. Okay, I don't know. Oh, they're over there. They're over there on the floor. So you have the switch that removes the diode from the test leads or puts it back in. So if you check a DC power supply without the diode, you have it on DC, check the power supply. You're going to get one that goes this way, flip leads, one that goes that way. Easy peasy. If you switch it to AC and you stick it on a DC power supply, you should see one that goes this way and one that does nothing because the current can't flow the other direction. It's impossible, right? Make sense? Because the AC, with the AC power supply, you flip the leads and it still goes this way because the diodes, the current cannot turn the motor the opposite direction. So if you stick it on DC and you flip the leads, nothing happens. Theoretically. Okay? But what happens if you just run power DC through those diodes? The motor still moves. Because that's what the diodes are doing. The diodes are taking a bit of AC, turning it into DC, and driving the motor, because the motor requires DC. Okay? Now what happens if you have an engine or a car running, right, with an engine and an alternator, you have a rotating magnetic field generating an alternating current that is then sent out through diodes of its own, doing the thing, to the battery to smooth it. And you get DC, but with a little bit of ripple. And you stick that on there on the AC setting. The one AC setting that, ignore the foreshadowing, does not have a capacitor in it. Quick answer. It's going to show you the same damn thing minus the knee voltage. It's going to show you the DC equivalent of whatever you're measuring. i.e. 14 volts of DC, because that's what's already there. So it's 14 point whatever, so call it 14.4 minus 0.6 would be 13.8. So you'd see 13.8 DC on your meter. Until... Can't believe all of this, all of it. Until you put a decoupling capacitor in your lead. Now, with the decoupling capacitor, DC cannot, well, assuming your decoupling capacitor is in perfect shape, it's brand new, there's no leakage, ideal case, right? You will see 0 DC, which means the motor cannot be driven. But if there's any AC on that circuit, it will drive the motor. Here's my stupid butt. Go back to the Logitech. Here's my stupid butt. Sticking this guy on AC. Completely ignoring the fact that these are DC machines and I'm checking for ripple on the DC circuit. And that I should be using output, not AC voltage. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I am just... I'm an idiot. It's okay. I can afford to be an idiot sometimes. I have the opposite. I have the other thing to spare. I can afford to be an idiot. I just saw a thing. Stand by. Oh. Moral of the story: don't be an idiot. I'm just gonna mount the Logitech up there for a moment because I'm going to put this guy away. And in case you're wondering, the I think I did mention it, but the circuit on the Simpson that I do have, the input circuit is identical. It's just AC voltage that you check a known AC only circuit with, and then output that you would use to check a known DC circuit that may have AC on it. So you have a decoupling capacitor. The decoupling capacitor is very small to allow high frequencies to pass through and be able to be measured, and it will affect the signal just a little bit and things and stuff and etc., but for all intents and purposes, for what you use this meter for, the types of things that you would be testing for, it is near as doesn't matter. Which I believe is a British expression. Oh no, my cable's all screwed up. Come here. Okay, well, we're gonna disconnect you because you're annoying me by being tangled. Just knocking the damn mic all over the place, blowing out people's eardrums. My apologies to people's eardrums. Not the people themselves. I don't care about the people. I just care about your eardrums. That's it. That's all I care about. Tasty, tasty eardrums. I'm weird. It's okay. I can be weird. I'm kind of amazing. Alright, now what happens if I go here? Of course. So this same thing, where it just wants to fight you. Okay. Turn on. No. Why? I don't understand. I think it's OBS. I honestly believe at this point the issue is OBS. It's not Windows. Because I bet if I went to the device manager and I looked, I would see this thing refresh. Refresh. Yes. Okay, so if I go here and I disconnect, wait a second, reconnect, wait a second, then Logitech. Still frozen. It's something about Yeah. OBS does not monitor devices live. That's the issue. It assumes that your devices never change. Okay, sticker, you need to get the hell off of here. I don't know why the hell this sticker needs to be on here. Dude, this device conforms to FCC. I don't care. Go away. The FCC is a bunch of communists anyway. I mean, you know, some of them are. Some of them are trying to do their jobs correctly. Some of them are not. Ooh, you can't show clavicle. Okay, so the issue is for sure OBS. I know we can fix it by deleting that. Or I'm pretty sure we can fix it by deleting that. Logitech. Yeah, and just deleting the device and then reinstalling it. But why did the Asus webcam freeze? That was weird. Okay. Anyway, 10 minutes of trying to debug OBS. Pardon me. There we go. I'm sitting here. I'm just kind of looking over this way. Definitely Harbor Freight. I would think that should be straight-ish, you know, kind of centered maybe, just a little bit. No centered. Wait a minute. I just had a thought. Cable. So, the Shadow BT700, like my roommate bought, I don't know, 6 or 8 months ago and has not ridden because it needs some work. It's, you know, it's fine that he hasn't ridden it. That's not what I'm gonna say things about. What I want to say things about is I discovered why the kickstand was missing its little tang that you use. Like, you're riding around, you come up to a stop, you pull into a parking lot, whatever, and you want to set the bike down and go inside the store or get off the bike for whatever reason. You put the kickstand down, right? So normally there's a tang, which is just a little piece of wire or a loop of steel is all it was. That is usually part of the kickstand welded to it or whatever. You reach your foot back just a little bit. You kick the tang. You bring the kickstand down. You set the bike down. You get off, etc., etc. And I was trying to figure out, like, why would that tang be missing? Initially, I thought, I don't know that we need the Logitech in there. Hold on. Yeah, see, that one's still frozen. So if I delete it and put it back in, I don't know why. Why can you not refresh that? I was going to put it on Big Logitech because Logitech is better quality. That is so weird. There's gotta be some way. There's gotta be some way to reset that without deleting the device. Because I bet you that's what was happening yesterday. I bet if I deleted the device and reinstalled it in OBS, it would have probably just worked just fine. Looking at it now and after having done all that I did. Okay, so we're going to copy that. And we're going to delete that. And we're going to paste. And we're going to move him down, 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 down. Down, down, down to the bottom. And it's going to be full. What? For whatever reason, it won't. That's not the right. What? It's not the right resolution. That was weird. Anyway, Big Logitech, better quality. The Asus webcam is 20% worse. Anyway, so I'm looking at the kickstand. Tuesday, I think. I think I was looking at it Tuesday. And I was looking at the book. That's what I was looking at. I was looking at the parts. And I was like, this is showing the loop as part of the kickstand. I'm like, why would anybody remove the kick loop off of a kickstand? The only thing I could think of is, oh, I want my bike to look clean. But it doesn't matter, really. At the end of the day, mail lady, hold on. Thank you. I was like, a little bitty metal loop under the exhaust pipe, right beside the exhaust pipe. Who cares? You're never gonna. Nobody cares about, like, that's not a look thing. It's not something you get rid of because you want it to look different. That's dumb. And then I was doing something else, and I get down to look at. I think it was when I was doing the electrical. I get down, I'm sitting on the ground, and I'm looking on that side, like at the air box and the wiring and what have you. And, side note, whoever had this before, cut the harness on the bike and butt connected in the rectifier for the charging system. I went and I looked online. You can get the rectifier with the correct harness because the connector is just a connector. So it's easy to take a rectifier because that rectifier is just like, it's kind of a bog standard rectifier shape. I've seen that shape all over the place. You can take this bog standard rectifier, put any connector you want on it, and be done with it. But no, they cut the harness on the body, cut the harness off the rectifier, the replacement rectifier, and put butt connectors on the damn thing. Like, why would you do that? Now in the future, the next time that thing fails, because rectifiers fail, because they're things that get abused in electronics, not necessarily by, you know, fault of user or operator, but simply the way they function, the physics of the device means that they are abused, as it were. Capacitors and diodes. Right? So, the next time that thing fails, you're going to have to cut more wiring off because you put butt connectors on it. And every time, if you do that every time, you lose, you know, that much wiring every time. So it gets shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter, and then eventually just, you have nothing left. Just buy the one with the connector. God. Or buy the rectifier and go and search for the connector. Sure, you can find the connector. It's just honestly, it's a regular standard. It looks like a Yakazi connector. It's just a connector. Anyway, I was kneeling down. I was on the left side. I was looking at it, and I was like, wait a minute. This kickstand is cast. Who casts a kickstand? They're gonna get hit with like rocks. They're gonna get pushed down on the ground real hard if you know, some people set their stuff down on the kickstand real hard. People are gonna drive off and forget that the kickstand's down, and the road will kick it up, which I'm fine with. I've done a bunch. I've done intentionally. Just not forgetting the kickstand, but you know, just like, the road will kick it up. It's fine. Why would you cast a kickstand? Then I'm like, well, Honda in the 80s. Bunch of goofballs, those guys. They were a bunch of silly guys in the 80s. And Goyles, perhaps, I don't know. In the 80s in Japan, probably just guys. So it's like, okay, fine. They did it to save money. Casting is cheaper overall for large-scale manufacturing, what have you. So, whatever. And then I'm looking at where the tab used to sit, the tang, and it's just snapped. It's when you break a cast and you get all those lumpy bits that are individual crystals of steel that did not atomically bond. They're honestly, cast is kind of loosely chemically bonded, not atomically bonded like forged metals are, like alloys are. When you heat them up to their what is that called? Eutectic point? I don't know. So yeah, it just snapped off. Probably someone forgot to put it up. They're gonna take off. The road hits the kickstand and pushes it up, and it bink up against the bottom of the exhaust one too many times, and that being a little thin piece of compressed steel nuggets, essentially, is what cast is. You got just it's micro fractures. There's bits where the crystals are not uniform. There are gaps, right? So micro fractures, technically. It snapped off because it was thin and tiny and cast. But I'm sitting here, I asked my buddy the other day, the guy that kind of taught me to weld. Called him up and I asked him, I was like, hey, so what do you think the chances of welding to this thing, welding to this piece of cast is? He's like, I wouldn't try it. Because usually when doing cast, if you're gonna weld, the way the heat enters the object and the way that it cools down causes those microfractures to expand at different rates, making them grow and generally cracking the thing that you're welding to. But this vise is cast. I welded a plate to it with no cracks, no problems. It's on there, it ain't coming off. I wonder if I could do the same to the kickstand. The easier solution would be to build a clamp of some kind. The problem with a clamp is it can just rotate because it's a round-ish kickstand. I guess a simpler solution, technically, would be to rebuild it. Build a whole new kickstand for it. If I were going to do it, well, no. My roommate's never going to set it on different surfaces, really. So it doesn't matter. I was going to say I'd make it adjustable like I did on the Ninja a few years back. I should probably just build a new kickstand for it, honestly. That would probably be the simpler solution. Really? Mediterranean. Can I find a thing? Well, none of that's olive skin. That's not olive. That guy's just pale and ugly. That's not olive. Why are they saying Africans are olive? That's not olive. Olive is Mediterranean and Polynesian. That's what you would call olive skin. That's not olive. That's actually that one chick. That is exactly ebony. She was hot though. None of this is olive skin. India, yeah, India. That kind of like medium light brown. That's olive skin. The pale white chick. No. Okay, well, since Facebook is completely useless, let's go actually search the interwebs. Palestinian, some Israelis. Some Israelis are pale. I mean, you got pale people everywhere, but there you go. That's olive skin. Okay, let's find someone that's not like pale and painted. We don't want painted olive. because people do that. Almost all of these people are painted. There you go. Facebook, you're useless. Which is weird because, well, I guess black olives aren't actually black. They're just really dark brown. And the original olive that they're derived from is a medium light brown, if I remember correctly. Trying to find the olive that's in my head. I don't know the different species of olives. Subspecies of olives? Yeah, those guys. Let me put it in a douche. Oops, a douche. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, those guys kind of right in the middle. Right, these guys right here. When people say olive skin, that's the color they're talking about. And it's honestly, it's people with naturally olive skin, not painted Kardashians. That's how you want to define that. It's quite nice. Very lovely. Very attractive. People who have that skin tone because they paint themselves, or people like me that are pale face going out to the beaches and just trying to like hang out at the beach and they get all leathery and ugh. No, that's not olive skin. That's skin cancer. That's gross. You need to not be doing that, guys. I guess it's a good thing I don't have a bunch of viewers. Because there are people who genuinely think that is attractive. There are people who genuinely think going and getting painted at a salon is attractive. I'm like, no, being a natural born and grown human, that's attractive. Until, okay. So I will add a caveat to that. As it stands today, that statement is 100% true. Natural is attractive. Plastics and injections and surgeries, and that's not attractive at all. But I am on board, actually, with the thought processes behind the people that are doing those things to themselves. Okay? And of course, attractiveness is entirely subjective. Somebody somewhere finds that stuff attractive, I'm sure. But I kind of wish I lived 1,200 years from now, assuming our civilization doesn't just end. Roughly 1,200 years from now, we'll be able to modify our genetic code. Go in, you get an injection, and now you've got a tiger tail. Yes, I am on board with that. I want to be a space butterfly. You have large wings that collect solar energy and turn that into energy for yourself. You have an external carapace that keeps all your gooey bits from boiling away, and you just hang out in orbit all day. Which means, if we get, well, if we get to the point that could do that, I would definitely do that, and I'd go up, and I'd be a satellite mechanic. Because that's what those modifications would serve a great purpose for. You go up, you still have, heck, if you could add some hands doing the same thing, yeah, you add a couple of arms, easy peasy. Or just reverse a little bit of genetic evolution and turn your legs into arms. So now you have 4 arms and no legs. Because why do you need legs? Go up, you grab onto it with your lower arms, and you do your work. Because anything you do, right? Newton's second law of motion. Second law? Third law. Second law. Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up. Third law. Okay. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, right? Sort of the boiled down version. So anytime you're working on, you turn in a bolt, and well, there goes a satellite. Now it's falling out of the sky. Oops. You would need some sort of propulsion, though, because if you're going to be strong enough that you can work on satellites, that would translate into heavy enough that, I mean, to have wings as a creature, right? If you're a biological being, to have wings large enough to move you against Earth's atmosphere, upper atmosphere, so it's really thin, but it's still there. To propel you against Earth's atmosphere and to allow you to not deorbit. They would have to be enormous, because being biological, they'd be not really all that efficient. Right? They'd be more efficient than, monocrystalline solar panel at being a solar sail. Because a monocrystalline solar panel could be a solar sail, but it's kind of heavy, right? So that's why the more effective means of making a solar sail is to use mylar or some variant of mylar. You make it highly reflective on one side, and you open it up and you face it towards a light source, and there you go, light propulsion. But to do that to a craft, I don't know. There's math there. I don't know how big it would have to be in relation to your body, but they'd have to be big. It'd have to be like, for my fat butt, of course, biological modification to subsist off of solar energy alone. I would not be adding large amounts of mass to myself, so I wouldn't be fat. It's healthy. Biological modification, giving yourself a hard outer shell with a gooey, creamy center and large solar wings, you'd be thin. You'd be in shape. So I'm on board, because every technology has to start somewhere, and pretty much every technology starts off terrible. Look at cars. I mean, they're going back to terrible now. But they were terrible, then they got really good, and now they're just going back to terrible. So, there's something to be said about that, too. So I figured out The Simpsons today. I said what I wanted to do. I did the thing I said I wanted to do. I figured out The Simpsons. I figured out that I'm just a dummy head. Dummy head. All day long, dummy head. Oh, I wonder if my roomity mates are awake yet. Today's kind of a lazy day. I'm kind of waiting for Eric to drop by. Because he said he wanted to go to the junkyard today. He wants to replace the tail lights with aftermarket guys, and he's got a socket that has not populated because the factory harness only has 2 lights, one for the reverse, one for park, brake, turn. But the tail lights that he put on there, because he just went online, he was like, yeah, I kind of like the way those look, and he just grabbed them and slapped them on there. It's got a 3rd hole. They're all Tesa tail lights. He's got a 3rd hole, and he wants to put something in the 3rd hole. Why not? I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm on board. Let's do it. So, looked at it, did a little bit of looking at stuff, a little bit of checking, and turns out that 3rd hole, the socket for it is the reverse light socket, not the park, turn, brake socket. So it's 2 big tabs for the locking mechanism, not 3 smaller tabs like the park, turn, brake. So we've got to go to I tried finding, so you can find the socket on eBay still. And Ford used that on everything. A bunch of Mazdas use it because in the 90s, Mazda was buying a bunch of parts from Ford, kind of like Saturn, before GM purchased Saturn, right? Where Saturn was just buying GM engines and GM suspension. And then GM bought Saturn, and then everything was GM parts. Because it was a GM product. So the Crown Vics and the F-150s and the B2200 and the Escort and the Taurus and the Econolines and all of these different vehicles used these same light sockets in the back, which is great. I'm all for saving money exactly like that when you're manufacturing. It's like, hey, all of our cars need taillights. What are we going to do? Well, let's buy these 2 sockets and the connectors that go with them and put them on all the wire harnesses for all the cars. Yes, that makes it cheaper for manufacturing, which is a good thing. It makes the end product, generally speaking, cheaper, right? For the customer, or the business that's producing it, whatever. What the heck keeps something keeps pulling my freaking hair. It's annoying. But it also, side effect, means that when you need parts for an older vehicle, say from a junkyard, it's easier to find. That's why people like Hondas. The 90s Hondas, the 80s and 90s Hondas. Because 80s and 90s Hondas, A, they made a lot of them. B, the Civic shares 60% of its suspension, like 7 other cars. Shares it with the van, shares it with the CRV, shares it with the Integra, shares it with none of the Accords got the same stuff. Actually, the Accords got similar designs. I have yet to verify whether or not they're the same parts. I have a bunch here from a 94. It's the front suspension from a 94. I still need to take mine, pull the wheel off, and check it. Actually, give me just a second. I'm going to go check the toolbox. I need to find the wheel lock key. I need to know where it's at. Okay. The wheel lock key is in my specialty bin in the toolbox. Gotta make sure that's where it's at so that when I go to pull the wheels off, I can pull the wheels off. Oh, 11. What time is it in Hawaii? -4. So minus 11 GMT, which is 0730. Breathing Simulator. That's what we're playing right now. Oh, kind of waiting for Eric to drop by, honestly. I could go inside, so I started yesterday after I got irritated, and I went and I played some game for a little bit, and then I killed that, and then I started doing. I actually started doing the ECU mod video. Started it. I say I started it because there's 7 or 8 clips from different days. 5 of them are streams that I recorded simultaneously with the stream, and so I had the video clip. Well, 3 of them, and then I had to download 2 others that have some of that content in them too, because I forgot to hit record. So I did that. Put them in Handbrake, got them converting down to tiny little files. They're not tiny files. They're still big files. But so the way I do it is I take my full resolution videos, my high res videos, and I convert them down to 480p, very low resolution. I'd really like to do like 260p. Honestly, 240p. This would be 240p. So I'd like to convert them down to 240, but I'd have to do it manually. There's not an auto setting for that in Handbrake, which maybe at some point I'll do. But it would make the file smaller, because I don't need to see in great detail in video editing what's in the video window. I just need to see what's kind of going on. Am I turning a wrench? Am I talking to the camera? Am I doing a thing with my hands? Am I moving the camera? What am I doing? Right? Just general. So you convert it down to a small size. I put it in a separate folder from the high-res images or videos, and I keep the name the same. Ooh. Crap spackle. I just realized I'm gonna have to do it all over again, sort of. Anyway, you make smaller things and you use the smaller files to do your video editing because it's easier to process and it's cheaper on resources, etc., etc. It's faster. What you then do is you save the whole thing, you close your video editing software, which you don't have to, but it's easier the way with VideoPad and just the way I do it. I just go into videos I'm using, copy them straight over. It's the same name, the same file format, which I'll get to in a second. That's why I was making the face. And now, when you reopen the program, it's using that same file. It's the same file name. It's the same file format. But now when it exports it as a video, it's using the data of the full resolution videos, called using proxy files, right? So that's what I do, and it has sped up the video editing substantially, actually. Well, it's sped up the processing. It's sped up the editing too, because the VideoPad doesn't just lock up all the time with the lower quality videos. So pretty good. The original files, for like 5 of them, of the whatever 6 or 7, are 8 gigs. 8 gigabytes. That is a big file. So I put them in Handbrake and I told them to encode down to little bitties. Haven't checked the file sizes. I have no idea what the file sizes are. But VideoPad has to cache the files before you can effectively use the program to do anything. If you don't cache it, then you try to watch a little segment and it's just like 1 frame, buffering, and it just sits there buffering and it doesn't actually do anything. And it doesn't buffer where you're at. It buffers from the beginning of the file all the way through. which is really annoying. It doesn't use a live stream format. It just buffers the file for whatever reason. And what it does when it buffers the file is it's storing images of whatever the file is in sequence with timestamps. It's effectively recreating the video with a lower frame rate. So you're just reformatting the video at a lower frame rate. That's what the cache is in VideoPad. So bad. I need to experiment with DaVinci Resolve, because I know it's going to be infinitely better. And then when I start like making money again, I'll buy the full version of it and use the proper version of it. You know, the full feature set version of it. With like, they got like AI stuff. They got all kinds of nifty features that the free version just doesn't have, because it's free. Right? And they're like, oh, we want you to use the software, but if you want these really cool features, I know a guy that can get those features for you. His name is Benjamin Franklin and a few of his buddies. Which, the fact that Benjamin Franklin is on $1 is disgusting, honestly. He was a thieving philanderer, which I guess he was just a philanderer. Anyway, the crying bit there was because I just realized when I save files with OBS, when I record video with OBS, I record video in Matroska because it's faster and it's not lossless, but it's a better quality for the speed than MP4 is. For MP4 to be high quality, the file sizes are much bigger, I think. And it takes a lot longer to process, which means I can't stream and record simultaneously. It just doesn't work that way, because I have to encode the video to stream it to YouTube. So it's encoding video twice. Small child screaming around the block somewhere. Could be at the school. But I encoded them to MP4s, which is just I got a preset, you click it, and it does the whole thing. It took 4 hours to encode one of the 8 gig videos down to an itty bitty MP4, crazy low quality. I then have to redo it now, and it's going to be like a 16 gig file, turning the Matroskas into MP4s to use them as the full quality videos when I get done. No. I guess what I could do. Oh, but then I have to re-encode them to MP4. There's no way around it. It's that, where I close VideoPad, I delete all the files, close VideoPad, delete the MP4s that were encoded out of Matroskas, make a new preset for encoding MKV to MKV, which VideoPad actually likes MKV a lot better. For whatever reason, it's faster working in MKVs than it is working in MP4s. But re-encoding and exporting video from an MP4 to an MP4 is a faster export speed. So I tend to use just MP4 straight across the board. I'm going to have to re-encode the MKVs as full resolution, full quality MP4s. That's what I'm going to have to do. I should go start that right now. I'm gonna go start that right now. I have a couple of things I want to ask my roommate. So I'm gonna put the back in a mo. Cause I'll be back in a mo. But I hear my roommates. So I need to go talk to them about a thing, and I'm gonna go start that encoding process because it's gonna take so long. Nom 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 candy candy. I am big. Waiting for a customer. So it's gonna kind of suck. I started those encodes, there's 4 of them. I put them on 4K so that hopefully it won't remove any information. I don't know that it would. But I did turn the fan up. Fans. I need to check my water block again. Somehow, I got a bunch of debris in my cooling system on the PC. I have no idea where it came from. Had that water in there for 2 or 3 years. Crystal clear, no problems. And all of a sudden, there's crap in there. I wonder it's cold enough there shouldn't be any little flies, but they're little flies. Kind of annoying. Tell you what I could do while I'm waiting. Damn it, son. Go pull the seat out of the Civic. Bring it in here. Try to hook up that clasp. I'd rather do that after the V-dub's running so I can move the V-dub out of the way. For that, we need a transmission computer. Oh, I forgot to mention something to roommates. Because doing the carbs in the shadow would probably make for a pretty good video. Now that I've got the cable and everything and I can keep the gas away from the laptop. Because camera could get screwed up and, you know, whatever. Pouring gasoline on a laptop, probably not the best thing to do. Probably. Maybe. Perhaps. Can't think of anything else I would want to do. It's like the stuff I want to do on the Civic is going to require pulling the Civic half into the garage. I got new butyl rubber for the doors because the stuff I put on there originally, I had a feeling it would not be the greatest solution for the problem at hand. And I was correct. Because it's stuff meant for flashing on roofs on houses, not meant for automotive use. So I got some stuff built for automotive use, and it's in the car right now. Actually, it's cold. I should go grab it and see how sticky and or stiff it is. I'll be right back. Right back. Right, left back. Orange. Also tell you what else I need to do. I need to write down the money I'm spending on roommate stuff. Charge him as customer. Right? Charge him as customer. Because he said I should start doing that. And also need to check business phone. We have, oh, it's this phone number. Crap. Okay. I guess I forgot I put this phone number on there. So, I'll probably put the test drive notification up, or the lunch, what is it right now? I think it's a lunchtime notification. Yeah, it's a lunchtime. What I should do is make different notifications for the screen. The proof for my business cards is ready, which I need to go do like now. I am going to start by writing down stuff that I've purchased. There we go. And moving Levice Roy, Levice City. Okay. Then turning this guy so he's kind of flat. I guess I could turn you guys so you can watch what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm doing that. You're on Logitech. I just do this. Well, you can see what I'm writing because I'm turning it to make it easier to write on the bottom. Order. Petcock. Get. Gotta figure out how much that was. I did purchase foam roll. That was $33 for the yard. And we're probably going to use it a couple of different places in the Volkswagen, if I'm being honest. I have some ideas that we're going to try. I need to call that silicone place again and see if that guy's there. Google. Googly Maps. As much as I dislike the company and everything they stand for, Google Maps does a thing. Oh, I typed in rubber supply, didn't I? Rubber supply? I think that's how I found it. Oh my Jesus. You want the whole country, right, George? No! I want where the heck I'm looking. Quit. Quit. God. Stupid. Google. Quit. I'm scrolling, not clicking. Jesus. I'm looking here. Why would you move the freaking thing? That, I don't know what that is. That's something new. It didn't do that 3-4 years ago. When you searched, when you were in Google Maps and you were in a place, it would search that place only. That's what Google Maps needs to do. Not this nonsensical nonsense. Well, it's not giving me the place that I looked up the other day. Why? I guess go back to my phone numbers? Reasons. Well, it's one of those two. Probably the top one. I don't know. I'll call him here in a minute. I need to think of all the stuff that I've ordered. That I've purchased. And he did say, he was like, you know, you're doing all this blah 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 stuff, you could start charging me labor for that, because I'd have to pay somebody to do it anyway. And I'm like, yeah, but like, kind of my format, the thing, the me, that is me, that I like meing me with. I know it's a lot of me's, but part of who I am. Like, the whole reason I'm kind of, well, secondary reason I'm getting back into automotive stuff is because it disgusts me. It is terrible how some of these shops and some of these people are like, oh yeah, well, you got to replace this and this and this and this and this and this and this, and it's $5,000 on what amounts to a $1,200 car. It's like, okay, hold on. First, a number of things. First thing I'm going to say is, for a car that you don't have to worry about, you have two options. Anything, any piece of machinery that you don't have to worry about. You have two options. You can buy it cheap and broken, fix it yourself, or you can buy it working and not have to worry about it. To buy it, you're going to spend the same money regardless. It costs what it costs. There are outliers, there are exceptions to every rule, but generally speaking, especially if you're paying somebody else to do the work for you, you're going to spend the same amount of money. If you want to buy an $800 car and you want to fix that car to a point where you just drive it and you do oil changes, you replace the tires, you replace the brakes when they get low, regular maintenance items, right? Replace a bulb here and there, whatever. You're going to spend between $7,000 and $14,000. That's what you're going to spend. I don't care what it is that you're buying, if it's an SUV, if it's a car, if it's a truck, you're going to spend $7,000 to $14,000 for the base, I don't have to worry about it level of vehicle. Okay? Kind of what brings this up is there's I saw a Trailblazer online selling it for $750. Says it runs and drives fine, but it has a list of things that needs done. And I looked at the pictures. They put pictures of the shop's recommendations on there. And what I dislike about shops, okay, is they do these quotes. But most places don't sit down with the customer and say, hey, okay, we saw these things. This will require work in the future. This will require work in the future. This may fail sometime in the future. This is broken now. This is broken now. This is the severity of the break. This is the potential damage it can cause, other damage to the vehicle that this failure could cause, etc. They don't break it down for the customer. Your average person does not understand these machines. They see a car. That's all it is to them. They don't see piston, connecting rod, wrist pin, bearings, crankshaft, camshaft, belt chain, guides, pump, 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 sensor, 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 valve, valve, sensor, valve, sensor, valve, tubes, tubes, tubes. They don't see that. All they see is they see a unit. It is a thing. This is a thing. There's nothing other than this thing. Okay? When I look at this, I see two things. Well, I see a dozen things. I see aluminum. I see aluminum sheet. I see aluminum sheet that was stamped. I see the stamping machine that stamped this aluminum sheet into this shape. I see this piece of paper that was cut out from another sheet of paper. I see the printer that printed these words on there, probably on a large sheet of these same stickers that you then peel, stick, peel, stick, peel, stick. You got a guy that just puts the stickers on, right? I see all of those things simultaneously with this. Most people don't see that. They see the one thing, right? So when you have a shop that comes back to a customer says, hey, just check it over, do an inspection, you know, whatever, $60, or like, I'll pay for the inspection for the time, go through it, tell me what's wrong. And the shop comes back and just like, boom, here's a $9,000 list. You realize $6,000 of that is superfluous, right? Like, that's why I genuinely am interested. I want to get back into the automotive industry, and I want to be a business. I want to be a company, an official, on the books, real business that says, bring me those quotes. I will break it down for you. I will check out the thing the same as they did. I'll check it out, A, for cheaper. If it was free, I can't do cheaper than free. I'm not going to pay you to check your vehicle. That would be cheaper than free. That's not going to happen. But, you know, but like, I will check it out the same way that they did, and I will sit down with you, and I will go through this list, and I will tell you, this is critical, this is critical. What I should probably do is come up with a spreadsheet that has color coding. Color coding, people love color coding, right? So things that are critical go in the red box. Things that may break in the future go in the yellow box. Things to keep an eye on that, yeah, they'll fail, but you probably don't need to even think about it for the next 6 months to a year. Anything more than a couple of weeks out can go in the green box or the yellow box, right? Something that is, there's a noise and it's going to seriously affect your safety or the control mechanisms of your machine, those go in the red box, okay? And even then, in the red box, you can prioritize those things. Okay, this ball joint is about to fall out. If you drive this on the road, if you take this on the highway, you hit a hard enough bump, that wheel is going whoop, some direction, and who knows where you're gonna go. That's dangerous. It needs to be fixed right now. Okay? The tie rod is slightly loose, like it's loose, but the joint is not loose. Right? But the boot is broken. Okay, I might put that in the red box. I'd have to have like a quantization system. But it might go in the red box. Like, this should probably be fixed. It's a safety concern. But it can wait a few weeks. It can wait 2 months until you get paid again and you can justify the cost of this repair. Right? So it's like, I'm tired of shops using scare tactics and these giant quotes to try to eke a few more dollars out of your customers. That's not how you run this business. I think I said it yesterday. Cars, okay? The way our country is, it's not some sinister cabal. It's not, oh, we designed car culture and now we're pushing the pedestrians. Those people are dumb. Don't listen to those people. It's, you come up with a solution for a problem you see today to solve it today. That's how humans are. It is human nature. We solve today's problem with a today solution. Okay? That's where we're at today. If there's a new issue, we should solve that. Absolutely. Solve the issue. But don't bitch about the past. A, because you can't change it. But B, because they were solving that day's issue with a solution that day. You cannot blame people for solving their own issues. Okay? That culture needs to end. But I want to be a business that people bring stuff to me with those quotes. They're like, hey, this shop told me this. And at the very least, even if I'm not doing the work, I'd be like, okay, I can check it out. If you want like full consult, like you want me to break this down, you want me to color code it, you want me to get you the labor times and how much it should cost, like you want me to do a report, $40, $50, you know, pay me for my time. It's not going to take me crazy long to come up with it, but it takes time that I could be doing something else, that I could be making money doing that other thing. Right? So you're taking me away from stuff that I could be doing making money. Paying my bills, buying stuff to do my projects, whatever. That's my time that you're costing me, and my time is worth something. You also are paying for my knowledge, because you wouldn't have brought it to me if you could do exactly this all by yourself. Right? Or you probably could. Honestly, everything I do, anybody can do. Anybody. I don't have access to any special tools or special equipment or special knowledge that only exists in my head. It's out there. It's available. You just have to go find it. Of course, the internet's useless, so maybe perhaps it is only in my head now. I don't know. But, you know, customer comes to me and I'm like, okay, well, for me to do a full report, call it $40, whatever, I don't know, $50, however long it takes me. That's what I charge by. I don't charge by some flat rate for, like, oh, brakes cost $200, or, you know, replacing a headlight costs $15, or whatever. Like, however long it actually takes me, because that's what you're paying for. You're paying for my time. Now, that being said, if it takes me longer because I screwed something up, or because I didn't know what I was doing, or because I had to stop the job to go get a tool, or whatever, that's not my time that you need to pay me for. That's my inability, my lack of knowledge. So me learning a thing, I'm not going to charge you to teach myself something. That's a silly model, right? But yeah, I want to be the guy that people just like bring their stuff to this guy, and they're like, you know what? I'll spend $40 if it's gonna save me $6,000 on this bill that this shop quoted me, because shops are in the business of making money. And kind of a problem in the automotive repair industry, and OEMs are doing this too. So dealerships and the manufacturers themselves. There's nobody stepping in. There isn't anybody. You have the Better Business Bureau, but that is individual like buildings and individual interactions of business with individual customers. There's no system or industry standards for how you present this stuff that needs to be done, right? You come in and you're like, oh yeah, this needs $6,000 worth of work. Really, guy? Do I really need to pay you $40 to put a cap on the valve stem on my wheel? Really? There's people that do shit like that. And there's no oversight for that. And there kind of needs to be. As much as I despise oversight and you know, entities reaching into places where they don't need to be reaching, as much as I hate that, this is something that there does actually need to be oversight in, because it's people's livelihoods. This country is built, regardless of whether you want it to be or don't want it to be, or think it should change or don't think it should change, none of that matters. This country is, today, as we stand right now, built on automotive infrastructure, on the transport of individuals and individual machines infrastructure. It's how it's built. I like it. I am not going to sit on a bus or a train or a plane. I won't do it. Humans are disgusting and they smell. No, I ain't doing it. I will take my machine to where I want to go, and I don't have to make 15 changeovers and 40 different vehicles, and no, that's stupid. Give me a car, I'll drive to my destination, I'm there. It's done, it's easy, okay? We're designed around automotive infrastructure. These things are people's livelihoods. You spend a third of your life behind the wheel of an automobile. Spend a third of your life in transportation. Why should you not be required to treat that as that kind of investment of your time? Like the customers, the repair businesses, the OEMs, this is a huge investment in your time, in your life. Huge investment in your life. And it should be treated as such. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm quite passionate about all of this. Which is probably why it would make sense for me to get back into it. Like my last job, I enjoyed the work. The job itself was great. It was fine. It was good. It was interesting. It was entertaining. Dealing with the people was not. The place is just terrible. Plain and simple. The people individually are nice enough, but dealing with the bureaucracy, dealing with the company, dealing with all of the nonsense of anybody in the position's Dunning-Kruger effect, anybody in a position of power that has no business being there, which my entire life I've had a problem with. Come to find out it has a name, Dunning-Kruger effect. It affects the military greatly. Well, I never joined the military. I probably would have been good in the military, except for that. For that alone, I would not have been good in the military. So, anyway, I'm going to run and go check the proof for my business cards because I really need those. I'm going to leave the stream running because I don't expect it to take too crazy long. We're going to change... I'm just going to add a new message. Add a text. It's going to be... and then we're going to color, that's going to be E3A500. Really? E? No? Jesus. A500. Yes. And we're going to put it in the middle, center, and then, oh yeah, font. I need to put my font on there. Font, Segway. Segway. UI black. Bam. Okay. And resize it to fit thing. Move it down there. And bam, lock it in place. Okay. I will return in just a little bit. I'm gonna go check the thing. And I kind of want to leave the stream running because I might do some stuff when I get back. I also need to find stranded wire. I wonder if my roommate has some. I'll be back in probably 15-20 minutes. Put me on mute, walk away, go do something else, and just check back in a little bit. And you know, I'll be here. I'll be back. Just still gonna check the thing and like ideas. Today's an idea day, I guess. So I'll see you guys in just. Where is it? Okay. I'll see you guys in just a little bit. I am returned! I hear a noise! Okay, so proofs are done. I want to make a couple of little changes to them. So the business cards will be delayed by a little bit longer, but I want them to be, you know, just right before I approve them and I get a full set of 250 of these guys that I have to hand out to people. Some of it I made a mistake. I wasn't sure exactly how it was going to turn out. That's why you do proofs in the first place, so you can see it in the real world, like, oh, okay, this is going to be different than what I thought it was going to be. And that's why paper books are still better than computer screens, is that tangibility factor. And check that butyl rubber. Let's do that. Alright, so the stuff, the flashing butyl, was kind of stiffer than I was wanting. This is automotive butyl rubber, and it's cold. I haven't messed with it. Oh yeah, and it's still nice and soft and quite sticky. So this stuff will work phenomenally in the car. So the problem, one of the problems is the reason why they did what they did in the first place. A, because thin plastic sheet is really cheap and you can use it on everything. You just have a plotter that cuts shapes out of it. Easy peasy, it's done. So the vinyl and neoprene, where the vinyl is a moisture barrier and a dust barrier, and the neoprene is a sound barrier, okay? And it works really good for that, actually. I don't get a bunch of noise and air coming through the door, like the handle and the handles, I guess they're both handles. The door release lever and the door handle. I used to get a bunch of air coming through there because the door wasn't sealed, and now I don't. It has served its purpose. It's actually far more comfortable inside the car just doing that, even without the HVAC, even without a bunch of sound deadening on the inside and carpet and all of that. Like it's better in the car, empirically, subjectively, I guess, not empirically, subjectively. So it did its job, but the driver rear, I don't have the door panel on, and it's been a good experiment. I didn't think about it at the time, I just didn't have the door panel here. But it's been a good experiment because it has shown me that the stuff meant for flashing on roofs is not really good for the automotive. It's weird. It seems like the flashing butyl rubber sweats in the heat, which I don't get. You wouldn't want that on a house either. So maybe it's just the cheap stuff. It's whatever Home Depot had on the shelf. So maybe it's just the cheap stuff. You don't actually want to use that for doing the sealing the flashing. You actually want to order some real stuff from a real distributor that does this stuff for real, for a living. So maybe that's all it is. It's just the stuff in the store is cheap. I don't know. I also think I kind of just want to get the catch can done just because I want it done. I can put a little bit of water at the bottom and weld the outside. Put it on D or E
crank the power up and weld the outside. Because doing it with the water on the inside will wick heat away from the metal, and I won't just burn straight through the plate. So I can make the bead a little bit wider and hotter. And seal those cracks up and then grind it down, and it'll be one piece of metal, not some pieces of metal, you know, semi-glued together. Damn it. Whichever, not whenever. Always proofread your texts. Swipe. It's a Google keyboard, that's why it doesn't work. Oh, we're gonna put this back in the box so it does not get damaged or destroyed. Which is rubber, it's fine. So it doesn't get a bunch of debris on it and makes it harder to do the doors later. That's why we're putting it back in the box. Oh, and I haven't seen Eric yet. Unless he came by in those, whatever, 15, 20 minutes that I was gone. Which, online, should I use, and there's no last names, there's no, like, identifying information. It's just a first name, and first names are a dime a dozen, right? I don't guess that it matters. Oh. I just saw the 1-2 indicators on there. Didn't see them before. So. Means that paint pen mark probably doesn't matter. Why is there... There's a hair hanging out in front of my eyeball. Tell you what, I'm gonna go through my oil since I'm sitting here not doing anything, as it were. So we're gonna turn this guy this way. We're gonna flip you that way. Aha! A little bit more, I guess. A little bit more. And now, I won't be able to see the chat or the screen, but I'll be over here. You can see me. Got a bunch of stuff in there. Got some stuff over here. I didn't even start my music this morning. Man, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my life? Log good. How that goes, right? I need to fix that thing eventually. Alright, so I've got kind of organize this thing. Power steering wheel. Okay. Various engine oils. Wait. That's ATF. The transmission oils. Yes. Oils. Transmission due to this. ATF, manual transmission. ETF with my pinhole. Gotta have that. 520 standard oil. This power steering. Honda power steering. I got a bunch of it, nice. Also power steering. Oh, European power steering, Vida. Okay. So we can do like over here. Power steering. That is battery acid with the side. I got oils in here. Don't really need them in here. So engine oil, 530. This is for the Civic. I should write this stuff down. Write it on the bottom, right? Where is my Sharpie? My Sharpie. I have a Sharpie somewhere. It's over there. Let us grab. Close the chair. Let us tomato the Sharpie. 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 Yoo-hoo. I thought it were over here. Is it not over here? It must not be over there. ¿Dónde está el Sharpio? Where did it go? I have more. Just don't want to like keep opening Sharpies and bringing them out and then losing them. Super annoying. Super annoying. Trash can! Oh, there it is. It's right here somewhere. I just used it like 2 days ago. Oh, also, a bang on the wall over there. Grab. Memories like radium. What was I doing? Okay, so this is Civic. Civic Inline. Alright, so what I think I'm going to do. Oh, it won't. That's why I did it that way. Doing. Okay. Brake fluid can go there, that's fine. Towels can go there, that's fine. And maybe I put the greases over here then. Instead of move this over like that. And I'll put the greases put spray lubes over here. We got Molly and wheel bearing NLGI 2. I don't know what that's made of, actually. They're both lithium based. One has a bunch of molybdenum in it, and one has I don't even know what in it. The wheel bearing grease is better for high temp stuff when compared to the Molly lube. The Molly lube is usually more for assembling. Look, I got a cut right on the end of my nose. Kind of irritating. Anyway, Molly lube, good for assembling stuff. Adhesives go on the top shelf, so Loctite. Kawasaki engine oil. That guy. Got about half quart in there. Okay, well I guess it's just going back over here. I got more over there. That's why I wanted to go through it, because it's like, what the heck is all this stuff for? We got this stuff, fall stuff, not fall, don't, no fall, fall stuff, no, don't, not, no. These bearings need to go in there. There we go. What is this? 10 to 30. Heck did I need 1030 for? No idea. But this 530 is close to 4 quarts. I could do the oil change of the Civic. Okay. This should be a coolant of some kind. Yep, Toyota Red. I already had Toyota Red and I went and bought Toyota Red. Nice. Coolant we just put down here. That's fine. Oh, I have another one of these. B-Dub power steering. They're both full. Wasp spray. You go there, it's fine. And carpet cleaner. Go down here with cleaners. Cleaners. Glass cleaner, down the cleaners. Upholstery cleaner, down the cleaners. Loctite, up the adhesives. Squeezy cans of oil. Up here on the shelf, the oil, actually. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That all right. Shelf of paint. And a shelf of various. And a shelf of trash bags and baby wipes. Not sure what you call that shelf. Okay, so there's that. Oh, heard gravel. I was like, there's no gravel around here. Tell you what. I'll move this guy for a minute. There. I got a bunch of like Civic parts up here that I know they're just Civic parts. And I kind of want to put them in. Where's that tote? I don't remember. Pretty sure it's a Civic tote, but what's in it exactly? Please stay over there. Thank you. Yeah, Civic metal stuff. We don't want to put them in there. What I should probably do, grab another tote from inside. I'm going to move my quote-unquote welding jacket. I'm like, this is gonna be. I need to open the window. We're all I want to find it here. I pulled out it the wrong way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to epoxy it. I'll just super glue over that. And just kind of like, actually I'm going to epoxy that. Sand it and color it. But it's not shattered, it's just cracked. So I think there's supposed to be other plastics on this thing. I think there are 2 more plastics. They're black. And I think they cover like here or here. Because I saw plastics online and it was like plastic. I'm like, I don't recognize those shapes because it wasn't this or that. That's weird.
Fire and pizza.
Thank you.
And sorry, I was really good about it for a while. No, we just had leftovers. That's why I asked you.
I'm gonna stagger the bills, so I'm gonna pay rent this week. Next paycheck.
Yeah, so this guy, I go online to the parts blow up, which funnily enough, it's the same company I think that does Kawasaki Parts Nation that I get that stuff from. Honda Parts Nation. So I think it's the same company. And they show.
They got that off of Home Depot, I think, to blow up. Because they've got the cutest little blow up things for Thanksgiving. Actually, they just don't put them in the stores. They put them in the store because people buy them.
But I go and I look, and I got the part numbers. There's a quote at the Honda dealership in North Logan. So when you go up there and grab those, it just goes up right off for us when we get up there. Something like the carb kits, I would feel more comfortable. It's going to be a little bit more than ordering online, even after shipping. But I feel more comfortable, getting it from Honda. That way, if there's an issue, we can go to the dealership and say, hey, we just bought these and this isn't right. Whereas online, you're fighting.
There's money on my desk if you want to go get it.
I should call them up and find out how much. I think it's going to be about $100. Both kits. It was like 43 something online. Probably give it like 56 piece dealership.
What we need to do is we need to drain all the gas out of it, put ethanol free in there for the winter. So then you don't have to gas.
I'm going to rebuild the payment.
I'm gonna grab puppy.
I mean, the gas that's in here is stinky anyway. Did you just put like cheapy in it when you got it?
I knew we were going to do rebuilding on it.
Yeah, so it's this stuff I put all the reds I can do when I pull the tank off to do the carbs. So that's like all but the transmission and the front end. This seal,
I had a feeling these shocks were fun.
there's no oil in them, is what it is. But we need to do seals before we put oil in it. We can put oil in it right now. It'll work. Yeah, it'll work for a day or two, but it's just gonna leak down. Might be why the brakes are done. Honestly, they might be contaminated. I want to replace all 4 brake pads and then clean up the rotors with like a scour pad. That'll bring your front brake back.
Come on, puppy.
So, and the brake pads shouldn't be more than like $20 a set. $40 will get you a brand new brake pad probably. The brake pads for bikes are super cheap.
My only real complaint with this, like the rest of it's fine. First gear, thoughts,
Yeah.
and then trying to shift is a fast gear.
Yeah. So, do you want an adjustable gear shift lever? One that we can move in and out, up and down. The up and down might be, because I think it's directly on the shifter shaft. So up and down is easy. You pull a bolt, you pull it off, twist it, yeah. So it definitely needs to go up, but it needs to go out first. And I think just taking this and going out will bring it up enough. So the question, because that's a flat arm, do you want me to order another shifter arm, chop the arm off, put a tube and nuts so you can adjust it, and then leave that factory arm alone so we're not touching that one? If you want to put that one back on, you can.
Or just order a whole new one.
That's what I'm saying, but to make it adjustable, I'm going to have to, because I need that spot. I don't know. seen one for a road
My
bike.
dad bought everything. I mean, Honda dirt bikes and everything. It's a Honda road bike, so.
We can go check real quick.
Well, I'm gonna go pay rent.
Maybe that.
I guess we just have to know what size the spline is.
Oh, you don't know?
I'll do some research.
Okay.
I'll measure it and do some research. I'm cleaning things in the china cabinet right now, so. For which I need a tote. Aha! Got a tote. And it's kind of warm today, actually. What does that say? 60 degrees. Freaking warm. Contributors, I need to pull the other tote for the Honda metal stuff out. Actually, factually, distributors are going to go in the box with the fuse boxes. That's where they're going to go. Is this guy? This guy. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna organize the china cabinet today. I'm feeling it. I also need to order some super cheapy motor mounts for the Civic, like today, so they get here by next weekend. And then, what else? What else? Oh yeah, we gotta try to find adjustable shifter arm for this Honda. Not sure we will. My roommate is convinced that we should be able to find adjustable arms for it. I claim, you probably heard, I make the claim that it is a road bike, it's just a regular old road bike. Outside of Harley's, I've never seen adjustable shift arms. Doesn't mean they don't exist, just means I have not seen them myself. Bring up OBS. What I kinda need, I just had an idea. Also, the mic's facing the wrong way. I don't even know if you guys have been able to hear me clearly the past couple minutes or not. But, alright, so, idea. If YouTube, streaming, automotive repair, fabrication, what have you, all this stuff that I do, if this is going to be my business, and part of the business includes the stream, okay, so taking an existing automotive shop and adding streaming to it would be a nightmare. It's going to screw up your whole business model. If I build this whole model from the ground up with YouTube as part of the basis for the business model, it should be fine. It should work because that's how I designed it. Granted, businesses evolve, businesses change and grow, and you have, your standard evolutionary effects that arise from that. But if I don't know why, I always make sure the argon's off, even though, or CO2, the mixed gas. For whatever reason, even though it doesn't leak, that thing will maintain pressure on the low pressure side, or at least a week at a time. I've shut it off before, and checked it, and like a week later, there's still pressure. So it's pretty good. The solenoid, it's just the solenoid on one end and the regulator on the other, and then you got the hose in between them. As long as those connections are good, you're good. Granted, the hose is going to outgas some amount. Hoses are porous at best. Generally speaking, like hydraulic hoses, they don't tend to leak simply because the molecules of the fluid, the hydraulic fluid, are larger than the holes in the hose, right? That's why they don't leak. But air, gas, how big is an argon atom? And what is argon gas? Is it Ar2? Is it just a single argon atom? I don't know. I'm not sitting by the computer. Sitting here wasting time kind of peeling these little casting imperfections off this tote when I should be putting stuff on. Okay. What I want to do is all the civic parts that are like. I know what I need to do. I need to go re-grab that. I don't need to grab the steering rack out of storage because it's right over there. I need to pull that out of the corner and put these boots in it. Because I will be irritated. I can't find the boots later on. So, let's move this. I need to pull it out anyway because I need to. What do I need them? Put the AC compressor in there. That's what I need them. Okay, I'm gonna move the bike over. Lozenge! Like closer to like the middle. In the middle. Stuck in the middle with you. There we go. Give me a little bit more walking room. Little bit more walking room. This failed bead buster that I didn't design correctly because I'm dumb. I didn't design it at all. But I built incorrectly because I'm dumb. Then need to move toolbox a little bit. Okay, I get into this cabinet and put these tools. Because that's where they go. Not light. Okay. Steel bucket. Nice steel bucket. It's got the power steering, it's got the hydro boosters, it's got, does it have a steering rack? Yeah, steering rack's in there. Yeah, it's got all that stuff in it. The key compressors will go in there. What should I do with these? I want to keep these as samples. But like everywhere I go, they're in the way. We're not gonna do this bracket right now. So you can just go in here. No problem. No problem. And then I got the boots. Where'd I put the boot? The boot. The boot. For the rack. I also need the crossover tube. I don't know. Should I put a rubber tube on there, or should I go find like a hard tube or something? I don't know. Oh, I was saying, if I'm gonna... Squirrel. I'm gonna make this my business model, and it's gonna be streaming cars. So, I'm not gonna put it on the whiteboard right now. I'll put it on the whiteboard here in a little bit, if I remember, if I don't squirrel. If I'm gonna make this my business model, what I wanna do is I want to make priority. Priority 1 is stream video content creation. Right? Getting the information out there, making the information available in such a way that people find it useful. It doesn't necessarily need to be, well, I would like it to be entertaining. If I can, I don't think I'm incredibly, extraordinarily entertaining. Perhaps once I get people to bounce off, I am entertaining with my friends. By myself doing this whole thing, I don't think I'm really all that entertaining. Especially the people that know me, that they know how to interact with me, they know how to deal with me, they know the things to say to me to make me say the things that are entertaining, or to make me do the things that are entertaining, right? So I modify my friends. I add some of me to the them that they are, and in return, that bit of me that I give them helps them to apply themselves back to me, such that I can create the entertaining. That makes sense. Sounds weird when you say it out loud, I guess. Priority 1 will be content creation, information dispersal, information. Item 2 will be the honesty, the helping the people out, which is kind of like a subcategory of priority 1, right? Which is the information. I was gonna sneeze and it just evaporated. So, priority 1 is content creation, information dissemination, subcategory honesty, and presenting the information in such a way that it is engaging. That's the key. How do I make this information engaging? How do I get people to be interested in the things that I have to say, or the way that I'm going to say them even? That's the key. That's what I'm working on. I am. So I was actually having, I do this. I have, I guess, imaginary conversations with other people. I don't just, your internal dialogue, you're talking to yourself. Some people don't have internal dialogue. That makes no sense to me. But your internal dialogue, you're talking to yourself. So it's you talking to you. Talking to you, talking to you, talking to you, talking to you, talking to you. It's a whole group of you just talking to you. It's all in your voice, it's all in your format. I have the same kind of internal dialogue, but with others, right? It's most effective, most simple, most easy with people that I know closely, people that I know intimately. Like, I know how they're going to respond to this situation because I've applied that situation and I've elicited a response, right? So I can, with a great amount of certainty, provide a list of probabilities of the likelihood of various responses, and then my responses to those responses, and you can generate this whole tree of interactions. And you can choose, based on probabilities, what the most likely outcome will be. Being that I don't know every person on the planet, there's no way to. Perhaps, 10,000 years ago, if a person had technology from today, but 10,000 years ago, there were few enough people on the planet that you could get to know every single person on the planet in a lifetime, possibly. Not anymore. 8.2 billion people at this point? Probably? Maybe? There's no. But there are. So the reason in literature and in film, cinema, and in various other forms, the reason you have archetypes and stereotypes and tropes is because those things exist. Humans come up with nothing on their own. Those things exist. So, with that in mind, I can do the same interaction simulation based on tropes. And I come up with reasonable accuracy, the likelihood of specific outcomes. Don't even remember where I was going with that exactly. Well, talking about building a channel, and somehow it turned into me simulating interactions. Anyway, with this whole format in mind as a base model, I can plan for these things through the evolution of the business. And the idea that I had, the thing that made me was I could set up in the shop, garage, shop, wherever I'm at. It should be a trivial matter to set up in the... Yesterday's any indication, it won't be trivial at all. But ideally, I would have a purpose-built machine specifically for this. But take TVs, multiple TVs, and you have just a monitor, right? And say you get a video card with 4 outputs. So you have a monitor, then you have 3 TVs, and the 3 TVs can be mirrored to each other. They can all be the same thing. Put them up across the shop. And wherever I'm at, I can look up and I can just have the chat on the wall for the stream. And so I can have chat and then a little window that shows the video, so I can just monitor, make sure I'm in the shot correctly, make sure the lighting's fine, make sure whatever I need to make sure of. This lighting today, this overcast, is pretty good. I like it. It does a pretty good job. Most days are not that, unless I want to move to Washington, which is semi-communist. That's not going to happen. Or Michigan, same thing, semi-communist, not going to happen. Idaho, Montana, Wyoming. Those are kind of the last bastions of individual liberties. Everywhere else is going to this semi-hive mind. I guess pseudo hive mind fits better. Pseudo hive mind. Potentially a good thing if accounted for, corrected for, implemented correctly, used correctly, etc., etc. Problem is, like I said the other day, you can't trust humans at all. Period. You can't trust them. Until some major biological change occurs, you can't trust humans. Shouldn't even trust me. Don't trust me. Everything I say, if you want to find out for yourself, go look it up. Find a book, find a blog, find a vlog, find a log, find a frog. Maybe he's magical, he's a prince, you can kiss him and, I don't know. I don't need a prince, but maybe you guys do. Something. I also need to fix the fender for the bike. It sits a bit too high. I need to bring it down a little bit. But I do have a spool gun. Neighbor. Ooh. Got quiet real fast. Yeah. Oh, they didn't go in the water. Cleaning stuff up, cleaning stuff up, cleaning stuff up. Oh, I already have one of these. I didn't know that. I just need to pull that fuse box back out of the Civic. And cut that line, run these wires. I can put this guy in there and have intermittent, adjustable timing intermittent wipers. Well, how come you guys didn't tell me I had this thing? Shame on you. Shame on all of you out there in YouTube land for not telling me this. Okay, brake pads for the Toro. I mean, brake pads for anything. They're just brake pads. Oh, guess I gotta figure out. Huh. Am I missing a bit? Oh, this is. It's out of this guy. I am missing a bit. And there. Nice. I was wondering where he went. Okay. This wire. Solid core wire. What do I want to do with this? I don't know. I gotta come up with somewhere to put all this stuff at some point. Howie front turn signals. I need to put back on. I can't really do until the fender's on, otherwise the wires get sucked into the tire and ripped off. These still work. These guys aren't cheap either. What are these, Kodiakin? Kodiakin parts? They are crazy bright. And, not cheap. Like $90 a pair. I'd call that not cheap. Another headlight switch. Anytime I see these in the junkyard, the Civic headlight switch with the little icon indicators, I always grab it because the ones that you get aftermarket only have dots. I think this was a Japanese only thing or maybe a Canadian thing. All the American ones are just dots, and I don't like the dots. I want the icons. What is this? Oh, filters. I feel filters. I feel strainer. That can go in there. Ford Edge visor clip. I need to come up with somewhere to put all of his car stuff. Right now, I'm just sticking in this little box over here. I do need to replace the coupler on the Chevy, the steering coupler, which why would you take a piece of flat rubber, put 2 bolts in this way, 2 bolts in this way, and attach it to a steering system? Why? That is the dumbest idea I think I have ever thought of. No. Hey! My bag of plasticky Honda clips. Body clips and fender clips and whatever the rest of that stuff is. Okay. Fuse box. This is brake switch for a V-dub. Not the one we needed though, it's the wrong one. There are 2 of them. We needed the other one. That can go in here. I need to find that spare transmission computer. I don't know where the heck it went. I have a suspicion it's in their gaming room. More screws! This can go in the cabinet actually. There we go, like that. Alright. Tool. Go in the specialty tool drawer. Alright. Fuse box lid. This is the Chevy little remote light thing, which I do actually like these. I think these are nifty. If you don't have a flashlight on you, you can look around at night under the hood of your car because you have a built-in flashlight in your car. I think it's a good idea. So, I'm going to stick that in there. Also, anytime I can find them, I try to take these lids with the sticker still intact. Because the stickers come off for like no reason. So, it's useful to know what is what under there. What is this? What is this? Receiver dryer. I'm probably going to end up not even using this. I'll probably get a bigger one. Yeah, bigger receiver dryer means I can add more capacity. More capacity means more thermal capacity. So more physical refrigerant capacity, more thermal capacity. That's why Ford trucks in the 90s had like the best ACs on the road. The best, other than a refrigeration truck. They had 4, 5, 6, 7 pounds of refrigerant in them. And then Ford's like, oh no, we can't do that anymore, we gotta make it tiny. So now they're like 18 ounces and you can't cool the inside of a car with it. Ford Edge, AC doesn't work. 100-degree day, not even 120, just 100-degree day, you're sweating your ass off the entire trip, doesn't matter how far you go. Doesn't work. Yeah, see this. This is damaged, but trash now. Sticker's not intact. What I should do is just like scan the sticker, have it as a file on my computer, and then take it to a just a print shop and have them print it. When did I get this? A tubing bender. Okay. I have an oil filter for a 89 to or 88 to 2007 Ninja 250. Probably also for the 08 to 12 Ninjas. Maybe even for the 300 series of engines. But not the newest ones, because the newest one uses a screw-on filter. This is an element filter. It's a cartridge, not a screw-on filter. Aha! I know I had a flaring tool. See, I have a flaring tool. Told you I had a flaring tool. You didn't believe me. Jerks. Mr. B. Go that way. Thank you. Let's go through that. That's the Mighty Vac, which I finally did find the thing, the cup, for the one I already had. So, I've got two, I guess. Now I've got two. This one's still in good shape. Like brand new. I just couldn't find the damn cup for it. Where are the lids? I don't know where the lids went either. Probably in this mess somewhere. Speaking of, look what I just found. Well, that's okay. I've got two of them now. Heater cores can go in there. That's fine. I need to figure out where to get some of that foam, just like sticky foam, 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, whatever. Keep making sure no one's in the chat, you know. Anybody that might be joining, hello. I can't see the chat. I'm on the wrong side of the computer. I really need to take the quadcopter battery. Well, I need to dispose of it. This guy's getting really poofy, and that worries me. That's a really bad way to run. You're gonna mess up your freaking back, guy. He's running flat-footed. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but it was thud, 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 thud. Don't run like that, man. You won't hurt your back doing that. I get it, you're young now, but you're gonna be young forever. You're gonna be old soon. Ugh. Woman. I'm still finding these bags. Even today. It has been $9 years since she decided to try to go through my bolt bins and put things in bags to organize them. Love her to death. But ladies, don't try to organize your guys' bolt bin. Unless you're going to have a bin on the wall that's like a proper bolt bin on the wall. And you're going to organize them that way. Don't put them in bags. Nobody on the planet wants their bolts in bags. my bolt pins over there. I need a bigger bolt pin, honestly. Yeah, you and me both. And with this format, the way I have right now, it's just like a little laptop, kind of sits somewhere in the shop, garage, whichever you want to call it. The streaming thing is a little bit more difficult because you do have to stop and go and check the stream. And it, it slows you down a little bit. But like I was saying earlier, if I can get to a point where I've got enough business on YouTube, maybe I'll expand to Twitch. As much as I dislike Twitch, maybe I'll expand to Twitch. Once I've got enough business built up and enough income rolling through, putting monitors in the shop or screens, TVs in the shop on the walls, such that I can monitor the chat while I work, just like doing, okay, doing, oh yeah, hey, talk, doing, If there's no method of doing it. You say if, I could get on Fiverr and go find a programmer. If I get to a point where I'm making enough money and I can justify semi-frivolous purchases, get a programmer or 6, have them make a text-to-speech engine that monitors the chat with multiple voices. A small channel, less than 100 people viewing at a time, that wouldn't be too hard. The problem that you'd run into is spammers would just be drowning other people out, right? So you'd have to have some. I mean, what I do is, if I get to that point, I'm gonna have moderators. I'm gonna have mods. So you have the mods take the whatever Patreon. Supporter voices. So the people that are supporters in the chat, in the stream, get voices, and they say things, and the text-to-speech reads it out loud to me while I'm working on something, and I can respond to it. That would be cool. That would be nifty, diffty, and handy dandy. Could be neato speedo even. Yeah. And I've got like, what's this? Oh, air cleaner gasket for the shovel. Goes in a roommate box. I see Mr. Neighborman outside. I'm gonna go ask him a couple of questions real quick. I'm gonna put the back in a mo message up. Back in a mo. Boop. I mean, stick around. Have you ever seen Car Wizard? Or Hoovie's Garage? They have a thing, Car Wizard works on Hoovie's stuff, and Hoovie buys weird stuff and does weird stuff to them. And they have this, thing. So you bring me the wheelchair and the engine, and we'll put it together, man. Like, telling you, I'm here to do weird stuff.
Be right back.
My clapping's a bit louder than I'm intending. But it's funny, so I'm gonna keep doing it. Bam! I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, and if you stick around, you won't be forgotten. You know what I mean? Hang out. I guess today's just kind of a... Today's not really an interesting day. It's kind of a boring day. I did a dumb thing and I messed up a couple of spokes on the Versys rear wheel. I've got spokes. I've got a nut for the shifter, I believe. Another nut for the shifter. A fuel injector. A new fuel injector. Why do I have a new fuel injector? It's used, but it's shiny. Sort of. No, no. I'm sticking in the fuel injector box. Over here. Oh. Fuel injectors. There we go. I need to figure out what to do with these packages of things. Oh, these are the clips for the shifter cables. Okay, that's good. Oh yeah, there you go. There's the nuts for the spokes. And here's another spoke. There's a like a left spoke and a right spoke. I guess it's inner and outer. I have one of each. I think I broke one of each actually. This is clips for the cables. This is the clips for the Accord bumper. This is a brand new fuel injector. Why do I have brand new fuel injectors in packages? Like brand new O-rings and everything. I don't even know, man. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. I'm never... I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to keep the Civic stock center console or not yet. I have not made that decision. So I'll stick it in there. I probably won't at this point. I have a horn, one of two that I need to put on the Civic. I need to just order Delphi connectors. I should just throw these away and order real horns. Done. Spare ignition switch, which is not a spare, it's the old one, which is not damaged, but worn out. Throw it away. Ninja, no. Versys? Oh. I don't know. Oh yeah, this is the Ninja 500 shifter that I chopped the thing off of to make the shifter for the Versys, I think. Yeah. We can use this for something. Here's the Ninja 250 shifter. Oh no, it's a Ninja 500 shifter. No, on the bottom. It's a Ninja 250 shifter. The Ninja 500 shifter has it up here in front of the bolt. That's a Ninja 250. I don't know, man. This stuff needs to go like to storage. Here is that for the fuel pump. That needs to go over there. Exhaust block off bolts, 402 sensors to block them off. This is a door harness. Did I take the wire? I took the wire harness box to storage, didn't I? Crap spackle. Civic glove box damper. Exhaust flange. A spare arm for one of the Civic parking brake cables. Caliper in the rear. Here shows the bracket for the damper for the glove box. Condenser tie down for a Civic, I think. Oh, that might be the bottom bit for the bumpers. Bolts need to go in bolt bin. Bulbs need to go over there in bulbs. I'll just stick that back in there. That needs to go to storage. That's stuff I'm not going to use anytime soon. Bulbs in the bulb bin. Bolts in the bolt bin. Hey, hang on. How the music goes. Just make that sound over and over again. That's all I'm listening to. Just like that. This is a headlight. I think this is an LED, isn't it? Like there's an actual LED in here. There's an LED and a ballast for it, which is just a resistor, and a halogen. Means this is for the Versys. For whatever reason, it came with two, I think. And it was only supposed to come with one. I don't know. They can go in there. This is Roommates. I won't tell you what I call this because it's probably not appropriate for YouTube. These lights need to go in here. That goes over there. This goes in the bolt bin. Bolt bin. Missed. That's fine. It's fine. I've got this piece of a bearing that I wanted to keep the ball bearings out of for one reason or another. I'm gonna stick it up here for now. Oh, is this more? Yeah, this is more stuff in a bag. What is this? What is this? What is this? Kawasaki parts. The little pokey grommets for the Versys is, that's a funny word. Versys is the body panels. They have stupid little grommets that like to fall out. If you don't do it just right, they fall out and disappear. So I got a bunch of them here. I don't remember. Oh, they're the handle weights. Okay, I got replacement handle weights for that guy. That's right. Where was I placing this stuff all kind of in a stack? And it's un pile. Take this shoulder bolt. Shoulder bolts are just freaking cool. Love them. They get it in a bolt bin. Made it. There's all this stuff. This is like stuff I might need immediately. This actually needs to go back in the car. Flat repair. I'm gonna go do that real quick before I forget. Before I forget. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to find that. I need to find that rubber place that I found. Oh, I was just gonna call. I got 2 numbers. Call one, the wrong one. Call the other. So let's do that. I don't remember which one it was. Wrong number, it was the other. Sorry. Ah! Process of elimination. I'm trying to figure out, I've got some questions about movie design. Ah. If I were to make a scene, file. I mean, you might have a product that we could just like something you guys deal with that might work off the shelf too. It'd have to be probably be a designer thing, and then I go around asking people, hey, can we find something that'll fit this bill? It would be one-off, but I'd need like multiple. Well, you know, I say that. I did have the idea recently to actually start mass producing parts for older cars that you can't get anymore, seals and plasticky bits. So I don't know. As it stands today, it would be a one-off. That's about the number I kind of expected, yeah. bad way to go. I mean, I have a printer, so, you know, it'd be tens of dollars. for, um, we're interested. Know anybody that carries on locally that is EPDM and silicone cord, like various different blobs? We have to spend a couple $100 to fix it. I'm sure, you know, get to a point where you're producing this stuff and you can make money on it, but. Okay, well, I guess I will keep trying to do what I've already tried to do anyway. I saw you guys, I was just searching around for something else on Google Maps, and I was like, huh, I wonder if they'd be able to help me. Adventure stuff. It's German, it's that one. Solve that. Thanks, sir.
I think it's the office for a month.
We can always take
Everything. I don't mind.
potpourri. Get just a big bag of potpourri and put it in there, put the lid on. Let it soak in. Actually, let me go to the store. I told them we were getting close.
Mika, don't you dare poop in the front yard.
Mika, next time I see him, I'll mention to him, like, we haven't forgotten. Just, the quotes were more than we can do with this week. Yeah, I don't imagine, I just... Maybe. I'll fix it. Right here.
Mother-in-law.
As he's going up and down the road all day and day.
Where's shovel? Found a hoe.
Go grab the
Aha!
bag.
Shovel! Put shovel in the bag.
Right to the food scooper, and I'll put it in the garbage out here. Oh, you!
Get it all over the thingy. I was driving. I
I
have
want to
to
leave
do
it
that.
smell it.
Poop bag. Did you let
Go
me?
get off! Oh,
You let me talk?
no!
Fucking hell.
Hell you!
You hell.
Horizon, some of the stuff in there. Putting your stuff in
I do need to find a way.
I saw one. eBay. Pretty good shit. Didn't have the words on it though. I mean, I can take this whole. I probably have to take this whole thing apart to do the tack anyway. You can take this off. Clean it up with like plastics and headlight sealer, and then we can get
Raised.
yeah, it's just it's paint. Get a tiny little whiteout paint pen, and you do that.
Not very raised up, girls.
All the raised is just the paint. Looks pretty down there.
Nothing digital either. I know I want to replace my light with that. Do an LED convert. Let's do an LED convert.
You can play with it. No, you're stuck interrupting me.
Ow!
I can't play with it.
One.
Ah, but yeah, I had to fight you.
You can get this with a direct connector on. It exists. Then
Come on, puppy. Let's go inside. Daddy,
let's
I'm
cast float. Hey, try to weld to it, but I guarantee it's gonna shatter.
Replace it with a new rock.
Oh what? Just on the stream a little bit ago, I was like, I probably should build one. Mark with a hole drilled in it in the spring and have it.
Non-cast.
For the replacement that will be cast OEM, and be used, and it's gonna be replaced.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Alright, oh yeah. I don't care about it.
if we get card kits, and get all the, they just get it all started tearing it apart. I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
What was that?
My roommates are weird. Can't go. An old horn. Okay, Josie couldn't wink or whistle or snap her fingers. Any of those things. This just needs to go to storage. That is sulfuric acid damage, actually. That discoloration there. So this hose, my vacuum test hose. Where did I put that guy? The drawer. Put it in the drawer. Alright, so Honda headlights. Civic headlights. One of these is broken, this guy. This is the guy I hit the deer with. The bracket's broken, but the headlight housing itself is still perfectly intact, just fine. So, what I want to do with these is I want to do a LED conversion, but I want to do it correctly. I want to do LED mini projectors. Because I need to take the housings apart. First, I need to order mini projectors. So actually, these are going to go in the totes. In the tote. These will go in the tote. English. This is an AC line, which I could replace right now, because the AC is taken apart. I'm going to keep this out. This doesn't need to be in there. Doesn't need to be anywhere. More Honda stuff. Plasticky clips for something. I don't even know. I gotta figure out somewhere to put those things. I don't know where to put those things. I got these little shelf things. I don't know why I have the little shelf things. I have old tired tape. It's now on the floor. Okay. Tell you what. I have a used exhaust gasket. Not anymore, I don't. I think I use this to siphon the gas out of the V-dub when we had to do the fuel pump. Good to have hose, though. Kawasaki Ninja. Valve seat, I think. Oh no, this is the versus bushing for the plastic. That's what this is. That's what that is. Plastic bushing. And I have another tube. Silicone. Good. Don't have any more seam sealer. My second can. Adhesives, I guess. Top shelf. What I need to do is get this book out of here. Oh, that's where my alphabet went. I was wondering. A couple years ago, I was designing a new alphabet. One in which the characters could not be written backwards. They were symmetrical. There is no backwards or forwards to them. Yeah. Yellowing Haynes manual for the Civic. Not that I really need any of the information in there anymore, but I have the book, might as well keep it. Bulbs for the dash, 74s. Goes in the bolt bin. Not the bolt bin, but the bulb bin. Not the bulb bin, but the bulb bin. Not the bulb bin, but the bulb bin. Oh, power steering rebuild kit for the Accord. Tell you what, use this box for stuff. Okay. Iridium 5s for the Civic. The copper 5s are doing pretty good. I'm going to keep those out for now. I've got to find out somewhere to put them. This is more branded stuff. Bolts and washers and O-rings and what have you. That's what this box is going to be, actually. It's going to be this OEM and package stuff. This is our steering hose for the Accord. No number. Go in there for now. Ball joint for, I think, a 98 Exploder. think this is the trunk switch for the Accord. And a bunch of bulbs in here. Gonna take PCV valve for the Civic. Aftermarket guy, so I don't think he's good. And a brand new throwout bearing. This is probably the guy that came with the clutch kit, but every time I do it, I did some research some years ago, and until they're no longer available, I'm going to get the Honda OEM throwout bearing from NGK, because the claim is that the aftermarket ones wear out more quickly, and you end up having to replace the throwout bearing long before you have to replace the clutch. That's a 57. Or do I need 56s? I don't even remember. Yeah. Got an old school style map sensor that I kept just in case. It can go where? Hey, I got a box of sensors in here, don't I? Right there. Hey. Using a box of sensors. Hey, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Bolts. Alright. Harness. Taillight harnesses for Le Civic. Check valve. That's a check valve. Oh, I need that for something. Where do I put check valve? In there. Broken bulb. Okay. Where do I want to put these? Put the taillights. Put them over here. Boy. Another hose, probably for the Accord. January this year. Almost a year ago now. That's a lid for a purge solenoid. Filter element for a purge solenoid. Don't need that. I was doing the bulbs in this box. That's what I was doing. Here's the kit of stuff for the other vacuum pump. Lady vac. The Big T vac. Here's a pen. Can always use a pen. Gasket for... Oh, the clutch gasket for the Civic. With the firewall. Body clip, don't need that. Alright. Put these over in the bolt bin. This goes with electrical stuff. We gotta find a place for electrical stuff. Like generic electrical stuff. All of it went in the bolt bin. Nice. Nice. Light thing, go away. Alright, so all of these Go in here. My OEM box. Yes. Flux. Flux, where am I putting? I was putting this stuff somewhere. I don't remember. Electrical thing. We'll just stick it in the switches box. The sensors box. Sensors and switches. Switches. Yeah, section of vacuum hose. Just put it in there. For the time being, that's where that went. I know I had another little small screwdriver set. It's in there. Tape can go with the adhesives up there. Adhesives and buffing wheels. Adhesives and buffing wheels. I need to come up with somewhere to put electrical stuff. Because I got this box, which is pens and seals. These tiny connectors. This loom, not split loom, just loom stuff. This is a wire harness that I had on the bike for the turn signals, which I can still use. I can pull the wires out of and use the connectors and the wires. Gotta add a little bit of wire in the middle. Here are connectors for, I believe, the speed sensor on the Versys. This is more connectors for the speed sensor in the Versys. I don't know. I want to get this just bundle of wire out of here. Oh man, that's from Elliott's. This is from Tucson. Wow. This bundle of speaker wire. Go over there for now. We've got. Yeah, there you go. This is back when I didn't have a welder of my own. This is a jeweler screwdriver chopped in half with just a nut welded on the end so you can grab it and twist it. This is the mixture adjustment tool for the Ninja carbs. So 87 to 07 Ninja carbs. This will fit in there without moving anything around, without removing anything. This fits just fine and gives you the room you can tweak the mixture, the idle mixture. This is all connectors and stuff. I want to keep this together. Put this back over here. Get hoses and stuff right there. Special tool goes in the special tool bin. Little bronze will go in there. Hoses, heater hoses, idle hoses. This is cruise control switch. No, it's the rear defrost switch. What do I want to do with these rivets and clamps and how do you? Tiny wire. Tiny wire can go in there. Just turn signals with that. This is a adapter foot, I suppose. for the rear bumper on the Civic. If I want to keep that or not, I'll just stick it in there for now. Got a bunch of like hose clamps and oh, rear light harness and 9-volt batteries. Nice. 9-volt batteries. What's up? Oh, I'll throw the taillights. I do it. I do it. Okay. 9-volt battery. What's the 9-volt battery in the toolbox? Oh, I got AC parts. Expansion valve. On floor now. Expansion valve, and that goes in there. Probably not even going to use that now. What's this? Oh, this is the other boot. The other boot. Goes in that box. One's in a box and one's in a bag. Snap ring. Oh man, what's cracked? This bracket, pretty sure is off the Versys, but I don't know what it's for. I think it's for the rear hose on the caliper, and I think it came with a spare caliper when I bought the spare caliper. They needed bracket because I bent it because I'm a dummy head. I don't know what to do with the AC parts either. Right now we'll leave that semi-MS. This really crappy heater core, I'm sure I can use it for something. I'm just sticking it there for now. But it's really crappy because A, it's aluminum instead of brass or copper. And B, because it's half the freaking size. You ordered it, I ordered it, for the Civic. 92 to 95 Honda Civic heater core. That's what that's supposed to be. Not even close. Half the size. It's half the physical dimensions. It's like, who the hell came up? Why are you selling this to people? This is not a replacement for the part that is damaged. It's not a replacement for the OEM part. So like, what the hell are you doing? Okay. I needed to search for something. What do I need to search for? Oh yeah, shifter arm. Shifter arm for Le Shadow. Okay. Shifter arm. On the Shadow, let's try that. It doesn't already have one. Generic motorcycle? Oh, okay. He was like, they have them for dirt bikes. Yeah, that's dirt bikes, guy. Like, a whole different industry. None of these are adjustable. What part of this is adjustable? It's just shifters. Yeah, just shifters. You have like adjustable. Is there a tick for adjustable? There's no tick for adjustable. That's adjustable. But it's a linkage. Or a Harley, like is exactly what I told him. Yeah, Harleys have adjustable stuff. He's gonna have to find whatever the hell it is he's thinking in his head, because go away. Because that's not gonna be a thing. Okay, I'm kinda hungry. It's 14. I need to quit doing this waking up and not eating thing. I'm trying to think of what else I might need to do today. It's like, you know, gotta do today. I have a feeling I want. If you saw it in person, you wouldn't be saying that. I adapted it from a different press design and turned it into just a generic like press. It was built a bit differently, and it was shorter and harder to use. It was like down at waist level. But when I put it together, I needed it for a job right then, like right that moment. And I didn't measure anything. I didn't check the. I had an angle finder. I have an angle finder. I have a square. I have multiple squares. Didn't use any of it. I just kind of put it together, eyeballed it. Yeah, it's fine. So it's kind of sitting that way, about a degree, 1 degree, 1.5 degree. I don't remember, somewhere around there, 1 or 2 degrees. It's not enough that it severely affects the function of the thing, but it is noticeable and it's slightly annoying. One of these days I might cut the welds off and fix it. Then again, probably not. It works, gets the job done. I'm trying to think of what else I might need to do in here. The garage is still more messy than when I started. Yes? Somebody honking. Oh, dropping the kids off. Gotcha. I organized the oils and the chemical cabinet, which really needs to be a flame cabinet, honestly. If I were going to be doing this as a business, get a business license and do all this, that needs to be a flame cabinet. I'm going to take this phone inside tonight. I've been leaving it out here on the laptop because it's, you know, it's the business phone. It doesn't need to be inside for any reason. But I'm going to take it inside tonight. I don't know. Does Watkins Printing work on Saturdays? Let's find out real quick. Because if they do stuff tomorrow, they might have a proof for me ready tomorrow, which would mean I definitely need the what you call it, phone inside. Go, 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 go. William. No, don't know nobody in Chicago. It actually just started ringing. Watkins Printing. Are they open tomorrow? Saturday. Yeah, it says they're open tomorrow. Which means they'll probably be doing stuff tomorrow. Means there might be, might get approved. Tomorrow. Debt collection agency? The hell would they be calling me for? I have no outstanding debts. Although, you guys want to see something funny? Oh, they've been calling me. So this phone number that's attached that I'm using now for my business phone is a Beverly Hills number, area code 310. The story behind it is my late wife wanted a, I don't remember who made it, it was a Sidekick. So it's that guy with a screen, you held it this way, and it had like a trackball, and the screen would floop, rotate out, right? So she wanted one of those, but they weren't selling them nationwide. The first release, they released in California only, I guess, and she just really, really wanted one. So she went to the phone store, and she's like, hey, I need one of these. And they're like, well, we can't help you here. Give this number a call. So she called, probably customer service. And it was like, I need one of these phones, like, right now. It's awesome. I want one, blah, blah, blah. So they're like, well, we don't sell it in your area, but what we can do is blah, 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 this. So she got it, and it came with a number attached to it already. Not exactly sure why that would have been the case, but this was like 2005, 2006, so maybe they were doing numbers differently then, I don't know. But she got it, and it came with a Beverly Hills number. And the Beverly Hills number is 310-228-7006. This number, as it turns out, previously belonged to a one Ashton Kutcher, who at the time was still filming That 70s Show. So, you can't see it. Actually, I don't know that I want to do that either. Anyway. But in here, I got a phone call the other night. Okay? 4 days ago, I think. 5 days ago? Saturday. So 6 days ago. I got a call Saturday from Dax Shepard. And then subsequently a text almost immediately after, because I saw it and I was like, did somebody spoof this number, or like, I don't know what's going on. He's not trying to contact me. I don't know Dax Shepard personally. So he's not trying to call me. So I figured I'd let it go to voicemail. I don't know. I think it's her voicemail that's still on there. So I probably need to change that so it's the business voicemail. But immediately after it went to voicemail, I just let it ring through. I didn't cancel it or whatever. It goes to voicemail and he sends a text. And he's like, hey man, we're at the gate. And I'm like, so I texted him back and I was like, I think you're texting the old number. LOL. What did I say exactly? Oh yeah. I was like, I think perhaps you've got the old number. And nothing since. I tried to call him back later, just to like, you know, be like, hey, you might want to talk to Ash and either get a new number if you don't have a new number, or delete this one in your phone so that you're not just, because what usually happens in situations like that is someone gives you their new number, you add it to their name instead of deleting the old number. You add the new number, but it still has the old number in there, and you end up just tapping on their name, but your phone, not being very smart, just calls the first number that it finds, which a lot of times is the old number, because that's the more at one point it'll be the more used number. It'll be the most often used number. But it doesn't like bring up the dialogue, hey, there's two numbers, which one do you want? You know, it just dials a number. So it's probably what happened. Where he still had that number in his phone from 15, 20 years ago. And just never deleted it for whatever reason. But I just thought it was funny. Got a phone call from Dax Shepard. And it's most likely that it was actually Dax, because the text afterwards was like, hey man, we're at the gate, where are you at? You know. And Beverly Hills, most of the houses have gates. Many of them have guards. Many of them are just powered gates with either access code or somebody inside opens it for you. So it seems feasible. It seems fairly probable, given the situation and what happened, that I got a phone call from Dax Shepard. She received for like 10 years after she got this number. She'd gone through 3 phones at this point. So for 10 years, she'd get phone calls asking for Ash and then like she got a number of invites, text invites. It's like, you've been invited to the Maxim Top 100 party, and like a response code. Like, here's your code. Like, where it was an invite and you click the link and it's like, oh, we've sent a code to your phone number, that kind of thing. But they had the wrong phone number. And she got numerous calls from Danny Masterson, you know, back in the day. I think she got a couple from Mila. Yeah. Fun stuff. I think it's funny that even after all this time, either Ash is an ass and doesn't give his number out to people, which I doubt, because from what I could tell, the guy is like just an amazing human being. Or he gives his number to his friends, and his friends are just lazy and don't delete the old number when they add the new one. Which is the more likely scenario. But it's funny. I don't know, maybe this channel will grow big enough at some point, and I'll talk about it one day. I'll say something about it, and you know, I'll mention it, and maybe I'll actually get a call from some of these people, and they're like, "Hey, man, what's going on? I heard you were the one on the other end of this number." Like, yeah, man. Like years and years and years and years and years. And I'd be like, hey, if you guys are ever out in insert wherever I'm living here, come down, we'll have some dinner. I don't know, make a stew. Nothing glamorous, nothing fancy. Just go somewhere and get away from it all for a night. You know? Got the guest room or the guest house or whatever, yeah, just hang out. You never know. Stuff like that does happen. You never know. I mean, not that I necessarily have any interest in rubbing elbows with Hollywood celebrities, and celebrities in general. I would like to meet, at some point, Patrick Warburton and David Spade. Because I think they're funny, right? Like, shake their hands. Hey guys, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Maybe go get a coffee, chat for a minute about life. I think that's it. Like, there's really... I have no interest in meeting, like, Tom Cruise or Taylor Swift or... Ashton Kutcher might be interesting. He might be... Tell you who might be interesting to hang out with. Like, if you were just, like, these various celebrities, right? Whatever celebrities, you're like, the people that might be interesting to hang out with. What the hell is that guy's name? The guy that played Monk. What was his name? Adrian? Oh no, that was the character's name. Adrian Monk. Okay. What was the actor's name? Tony Shalhoub. Okay. I think he would be kind of an interesting guy to hang out with. Sam Rockwell, definitely. Sam Rockwell is just... I just want to ask him, like, if I ever, you know, meet some of these people, there's just, like, a question you want to ask him. I don't know that I'd ever need to have any desire to meet Christopher Walken. He's just, you know, guy. I would have loved to have met Tim Curry back before... I mean, I'd love to meet him today even, but, you know, back before all of the health issues, like, Tim Curry is like an acting god. He is just, he's amazing at what he does. Sam Rockwell seems like the kind of guy that you'd go bowling with. You'd go play half a course of golf with, right? Patrick Warburton, you'd sit down and have a coffee or a tea and like a little cake or a crumpet or something with them. And you'd have like David Spade. You'd go driving go-karts with David Spade. David Spade seems like the kind of guy you'd go driving go-karts or jet skis or you know, rent a dirt bike kind of thing with David Spade. Probably not something dirty though. Imagine David Spade would be, he would prefer indoors and go-karts, like pole position type of thing. That's what I imagine. It would be interesting to find out if, because you know, the characters that the actors play on screen are not the people they are in real life, generally speaking. The exception to that probably being Patrick Warburton. Patrick Warburton, I think, just plays Patrick Warburton. I'm pretty sure that's all of his characters. It's just him. And he's just Patrick Warburton. Well, it's like Nicolas Cage, but good. You know, genuinely good at something. No desire to meet Nicolas Cage or, I don't know, Chris Rock. Chris Tucker. Chris Tucker I'd like to meet. Yeah, small handful, like 5 or 6 people. Just to see if, like, just to see how close they are to the image that you get in your head of who they are. I tell you who would be just the kind of guy that's just really cool to hang out with. I have no personal desire to meet him necessarily. If it happens, it happens. But I don't hang out in LA. I don't hang out in California, so the chances of meeting any of these people are minuscule at best. Closer to 0 than any other number. The one guy that would probably just be a cool guy to hang out with, obviously, Keanu Reeves. Because he's just a cool guy. He's nice, and he's genuine, and he's just a nice guy, you know. Actually, I tell you what, somebody that just popped into my head that I wonder. Sean William Scott. What's he been doing? He's been doing stuff. Has he been doing horror stuff? Lethal Weapon TV series. Cool. Super Troopers. He's been doing, you know, stuff. Stuff. Kind of the same stuff he's been doing. Probably best movie he was ever in. Dude, Where's My Car? Which is like way down there, 2000. Oh, it's an old ass movie. I mean, yeah, you know, Final Destination and Road Trip. I never liked American Pie. Actually, I tell you what, Evolution might put some competition. Dude, Where's My Car? Evolution was a genuinely good movie. It was a spoof and it was a comedy, but like David Duchovny, Sean William Scott, what the heck was her name? Can't remember the chick's name. Julianne Moore, Orlando Jones, like Ethan Suplee, Dan Aykroyd was in it. I forgot that. Sarah Silverman. Like, it's just a freaking star-studded cast. Like, great cast. Time Machine. I never watched Time Machine. Galaxy Quest. Easily the best movie ever. Easily. Quit. Dude, the thing. What the hell is wrong with you? And now it works just fine. I don't know what the hell's wrong with this trackpad, man. It's kind of annoying. I think. Might be it for the day. I've been going for 5 hours. I don't know if I'm done for the day or not. I can't think of anything else I really need to do, honestly. What was I gonna look for? I was gonna look for something. And my roommate's like, texted him this morning, he's like, send me the links for the carb kit and the transmission computer for the Volkswagen. And I'm like, well, the carb kit, I want to go down to the dealership and get. So so that if there's an issue with it when it comes in, we can see that there and return it and order something different, right? Or something else. If you do it online, that whole returning it thing is just a nightmare. So for certain types of things, I always say go to the dealership. You know, damn the cost. When you get there, you're just gonna say it, damn the cost. Got the burpees. And then the transmission computer, there's two kinds that you can get on eBay. Used, out of a car, no idea if it works or not. I guess you'd have to read the description. Maybe they'll say the car drove before we pulled it, or I don't know. We drove it to where we took it apart. Sometimes they say stuff like that. And it's junkyard part. It's a toss-up. Junkyard parts are always a toss-up. Or for $500, you can get a new old stock one. Brand new, never installed in a vehicle, straight off the shelf, out of the bag, good to go. The chances of that working are in the high 90s. Chances of the junkyard working are in the mid 70s. Right? So both pretty high chances. With the OEM one, the new old stock, the brand new one, being a higher chance, obviously, because it's brand new. It's like, send me a link. I don't know, man. You gotta tell me which one you want to get. You get it, and I'll put it in, and I'll program it, and I'll test it, and I'll do the thing, and I'll make it work, and I'll put the car all back together. Not a problem. But you gotta tell me, not the other way around. Also, I just had an idea. Do we want to use silicone or EPDM? Silicone, we can put an adhesive on. EPDM might be a little bit harder for that. Silicone making. I guess I could do this on the stream. Boom. Boom. Oh, wait, no. We're gonna do a mold. We're gonna do a mold and we're gonna make a single piece of silicone. We're gonna pour silicone. We can do the mold with a 3D printer. What we're gonna do. Just had the idea. Well, I didn't have the idea. The guy that I called that does the seal company that I called, molding company that I called, gave me the idea. That's what we're gonna do. Which means I need to get into CAD. I'm gonna do that today. I'm not gonna do it on stream though. Unless you guys want me to do it on stream. If you want to watch me do a CAD thing on stream, I gotta take the airbox in with me and do some measurements. I gotta pull the seal. I'm not doing it today. I'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do it, and we'll do it on stream because I gotta measure the Volkswagen. And I have to measure the airbox, and then I have to make those things. So I have to measure all the car bits, and I have to make those bits in CAD, and then I have to make the bits that fill those bits in CAD. Which I can do with primitives. FreeCAD will work perfect for this. It's fine. It's not a complex shape at all. It's going to be an annular ring with a square cross section, well, rectangular cross section, not square, a parallelogram cross section, and then how would you do? Is there a way to do? How would you do hollow? There's no way for me to do hollow. There is. Ooh. Gonna take some processing though, some post-processing, which is fine. What I need is an actual Dremel though. I don't have a Dremel anymore. I've got the Milwaukee thing, and I gave away my Dremel, my plug-in Dremel, when I got the Milwaukee, because I was like, oh, the Milwaukee, being a digital motor, doesn't really do speed adjustment all that well. So a proper Dremel, by, you know, the people that make Dremel, would be the way to go. Could do. Oh. I'll just do it solid, it's fine. Get a soft silicone, and it'll seal. And when I'm measuring, I'll check the drain at the door to make sure the drain at the door is okay, because I still haven't done that yet. Okay, so 5 hours I've been doing just cleaning the garage, I guess. I think I am done for the day in the stream. I have video editing to do, and I have to go check. It's been running for 4 hours. I have to go check it, see if my computer's overheated and shut off yet, which is entirely possible. Unlikely, but possible. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Have a good day. Have a good yada yada yada, etc., etc., etc. We'll see you later.